Greetings, everyone. Koku here. We're back for another Saturday night Shoot the Breeze episode of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Just want to hop on quick and give you guys a preview of the topics we're going to be discussing tonight. We will be discussing communism in Kenya. Is it good or bad? We'll be discussing how do we fix the black family. We will be discussing a sports caster who thinks he is Italian and not black. Some of you guys might be familiar with who that is. We're going to talk about the plot thickening as to who killed the Haitian president last year. We're going to talk about how many big tech people are leaving to join the crypto revolution. We're going to talk about that on Web 3.0 and how that's going to make people wealthy. We're going to talk about a pastor who was jailed for fraud in Miami Dade County and how this pastor's story was vastly different to the white pastor we talked about 2 weeks ago who defrauded a family. We're going to talk about how African-centered education is key and how we need to build our own educational facilities and institutions. We're going to talk about why don't black immigrants go back home and fix their country. We're going to talk about, is it better to receive than to give? Well, you guys know my answer on that one. Practice reciprocity. Make sure to at least give back, right? And so we have another story here about JP Morgan Chase Bank as well. So we got those 10 topics tonight. I'm glad you guys are going to tune in. I see folks are here already in the chat saying peace to the fam. That's the pro-black perspective. The Harsh Reality Podcast says we in here. Peace, fam. Daily Affirmations by Pauline says good evening. Dorico Cooper Photography. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while, brother. He says peace, family. Alero is here saying peace, loved one. So I appreciate all you guys tuning in tonight. Let's make it a good one. I'm going to drop the link now as we go into the introduction of the show tonight. But there's the link for those who want to join the panel. And what we're going to do now is we're going to officially start the show.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about black empowerment. Our show focuses on black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. This is a Saturday night Shoot the Breeze. Let me drop once more the invite. Those of you who want to hop on and be a part of the panel tonight. I saw Mr. Untouchable was here for a second. I guess he's working on some computer issues. I see Keita is here. Peace, family. To Keita as well. I think Mr. Untouchable needs to connect his microphone or what have you. While he does that, let me point out what is Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. We are simulcasting. We're on Twitter right now. We're on the KWAZ radio YouTube channel, and we're here on the Bitter Medicine podcast channel as well. Janelle is in the room saying, good evening, Bitter Meds. Good evening to Janelle as well. By the way, guys, I got my copy of Daily Affirmations by Pauline's book. I got it yesterday. 30 days of positive affirmations to take you to the next level. Make sure you guys look that up. I'm going to try to remember to put the link in the description later on, as well as for Kare and as well as for Onitase and the recent works that they put up. So, Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight is communism finds its way to Kenya. Legitimate, good, or bad? This came with a clip. Actually, it's a tweet. Let me share it with you guys. Let me share with you guys. Mr. Untouchable says he'll be here soon, so we'll get into the topic until he gets back. So this tweet says, CPK Youth League setting the tempo for August elections. All the revolutionaries and progressive forces are on high alert to drive out the robbers of the people. In unison they sing, in high morale, all corrupt leaders must die. Hashtag Booker on Yellow Bureau. Let me just look something up real quick because I'm not aware of it. Yeah, so let me see something. Okay, so I guess CPK is the Communist Party of Kampuchea. Let me read a little bit about it for you until others join the panel. I see we got Kevin Kare. Kevin Kare, how are you tonight?
Greetings. Just got in. The rush is freezing out there, but I'm here.
Yeah, I appreciate it. We got to welcome in D-Web.
What's up, D-Web?
What up, family? Yeah, I'll see what I can provide tonight, man. I ain't want you to leave you hanging there, brother.
I got you. I appreciate it.
Cool. Congrats and congratulations, man.
For what?
The thing I sent you today, the text.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. So the Communist Party of Kampuchea, CPK, also known as the Khmer Communist Party, was a communist party in Cambodia, I guess. And I guess a version of this has now reached Kenya. Its leader was Pol Pot, and its followers were generally known as the Khmer Rouge, or the Red Khmer. Originally founded in 1951, the party was split into pro-Chinese and pro-Soviet factions as a result of the Sino-Soviet split, with the former being the Pol Pot faction and the latter adopting a more revisionist approach to Marxism. As such, it claimed in the 30th of September 1960 as its founding date, then as the Workers' Party of Kampuchea, before being renamed the Communist Party in 1966. So that's just a little of its background again. Let's listen to the video itself.
Jogemkara poduritango. Jogemkara poduritango. Jogemkara poduritango. Akoni wangani to wangani nyaka to gi war. Nyaka to gi war. Akoni wangani to wangani nyaka to gi war. Nyaka to gi war. Akoni wangani to wangani nyaka to gi war. Nyaka to gi war. Akoni wangani to
Yes, indeed. All right, we welcome Mr. Untouchable to the panel.
Greetings, Mr. Untouchable. How are you?
Good night, brothers. How you all doing?
I heard it's freezing weather in the Bahamas tonight.
Not tonight, bro. Not tonight. Not tonight. Not tonight.
Yeah, I see daily affirmation by Pauline is saying that it was a nice 73 degrees where she is. D-Web, it was about that where you are too, right?
Yeah, North Florida. We had about actually it was warmer the other day. It was like 83 the day before, man. I was sweating. But
only 83 D-Web, only 83.
But today it was dropped. It was like 69, 70. It was nice day.
Okay, cool. So Coach Pete is here saying blessed family. Also, what's up to Coach Pete? Daily affirmations by Pauline says, thank you for mentioning my first foray into publishing. No problem. You guys should check it out for sure. Mr. Untouchable, communism finds its way to Kenya. Is it legit? Is it good or bad?
I don't think it's a good thing. I think that historically, many African countries has either tried to use the political philosophies of Marx and socialism in their economies, and historically it hasn't worked. From Ethiopia straight down the line, in particular in sub-Saharan African nations. Mm-hmm. I can't point to a specific place in any African nation where communism or even hardline socialism has worked. No, the only place that I would consider is Tanzania, and the brother who was the Nyerere was trying to do an African form of socialism in his economy. So I can't really point to historically point to an sub-Saharan African nation where that philosophy has worked. So I don't think it's good. I don't think so.
Kare, what say you? But based on your knowledge of communism, do you think this is something that's good for Kenya? Legit, good or bad?
All right. So, in my opinion, if you really look at communism, the key word here is community. Mm-hmm. You share everything. What we've seen, the Soviet Union and Cuba, that was just straight up dictatorship. All right. Mm-hmm. Communism was never really truly
realized.
Yeah, that's just straight up dictatorship, man. And my other thing is, why are we going using outsiders' philosophies? Why can't we make our own? That's the problem. Why do we keep adapting these people's way of life? No, that's not going to work. That's a foreign agent you're bringing to your country.
What I find funny is that, so in Africa, from what I understand, there was the concept of Ubuntu, right? Like this communal approach to the way of life. And what happened with a lot of Black revolutionaries, they thought that this European concept of like socialism, which communism is a specific form of, right? They thought that this mirrored or could mirror or at least would resonate well with Africans based on the traditional way of life, where, like you said, Kare, everything was community, right? But the problems is that when they architected this belief, it's a belief based on this kind of denial that there is this thing called racism or white nationalism, however you want to put it, and that it'll never benefit, as stated, it won't benefit Black equals African people. So I think that's where we have to begin. We have to begin in that this is a European concept, like Kare alluded to, right? And that European concept is for a particular European problem. We have to, although Nyerere, I guess, his issue was he was too doctrinaire in that they tried to put an African dressing on it, but it was still doctrinaire socialism. So we basically need to look within and find the solution that resonates with our people the best, not copy it from someone else and try to make it black. This is where we run into problems. We try to make stuff African or we try to make it black, but what we really need to do is make something authentically from within us being African. D-Web, what say you? Legit, good or bad?
I think everybody know how I feel about commies. But just from a historical perspective, communism has never worked, right? And it always kind of leads to a genocidal type of deal. You know, you spoke of Pol Pot and Stalin and Lenin, and we know these things that happen in historically, right? Mm-hmm. And also you can make the case like, but this is coming from an African mind state or as African peoples initiating this. But at the same time, we know a lot of African people have a European mindset, a Eurocentric mindset. So why would it not go about the same way as it gone in Europe, you know, or Cuba, things like that? You know what I'm saying? Also it's kind of like the playbook, yo. They target the minority or the downtrodden people. If you look at any communist movement, it starts with the people who have the least, right? Because to them it's even in the playing field, right? And it's always mostly the youth, right? The nativity of youth, right? Where you have this fairness concept and, you know, we can all be treated equally and equality. And you know, in reality, we all are different, yo. Some people just work harder than other people, and they should not have their potential capped because you want to be fair across the board. Some people we see it every day. Some people just don't have the motivation as other people, and you should not have your earning potential capped because you are more ambitious or somebody's less ambitious, and you want to even it out. You're taking basically from you're basically capping the potential of your civilization at a time. It's almost like the never leave any child behind doctrine, which we see falling, right? Right. So you capping your top people so you can, in a sense, lift up your bottom. In reality, you can't really advance your civilization. You need your top people to run, right? And also, you know, my final point is communism works on paper. It never works in reality because people are self-serving. Yo. It's just the fact of the matter. And this ideology is dependent on selflessness, and that's hard, right? I think people have a little bit of nepotism built into them, man. Anybody, you know. That's just my take on it.
Yeah, I appreciate that take. That's a good take. In the chat, Lero says, I think the problem is that people believe that the obvious evolution of communalism would have been socialism, communism, which I don't think is true. And I agree with you there, Lero. And that, to me, I agree with that, and I'm tying it into what D-Web said at the end, which is you really don't want to cap the ambitious. And you don't want to treat the ambitious just like everyone else. That's just a reality of it. You know, so I don't know if the Africans, traditional Africans or African ancestors, however you want to put it, I don't know if they would have necessarily capped, because we see examples of Kemet and stuff like that. I don't know if they would have capped the thinkers, the doers, the movers, the shakers, right? Just to appease those who ain't about nothing, right? But again, I do think we got to go back and look at how we lived before and try to build a solution out of that. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, this could be because they believe their traditional way of life isn't working for them by keeping them poor. They could believe that communism will even the playing field. Yeah, that's like D-Web said. They get the financially distraught. They get the youth wanna. The thing about youth is youth always wants to live a certain way, a certain good way. And they want things to be fair. And the reality is that fairness is just a theory, really. There's nothing fair. You know what I mean? And so the youth will gravitate towards that kind of stuff. But it's a game. It's a con game. When applied to our folks, it's a con game. Keita says, China did both. Economically, they're capitalists, and politically, they're communists. I like that. I like that comment. Thank you for that. Lero says, I do think both capitalists and communists are not innovative enough to dig into African culture value systems and build their economies based off of those principles. That's interesting. What do you guys think about that? I'll start with Kevin Carre. Lero says she doesn't think both capitalists and communists are innovative enough to dig into African cultural value systems. How do you feel about it?
I agree. As I said from my earlier statement, these are outsiders bringing their ideology. You know, that's like me going to France and saying, "Oh, I just want you to speak English." They're gonna look at me like, "Yo, well, get the hell out of here, man. Our system already working without you here. Why do we need you?"
Right.
You know.
Okay. What say you, D-Web?
I mean, to me, that's kind of a broad statement. It's kind of ambiguous to me because you can have innovators regardless of any economic system. You know what I'm saying?
That was going to be my next question too. Is it the economic system that stops them from being able to dig into an African cultural value system?
And what is the African cultural value system? You have to go into, because once again, I don't like to talk as Africa as a monolith. And that's what we tend to do. We tend to talk about the continent as a monolith, like it's not 54 or 55 countries and different tribes and different people who have different ways of doing things. So I would have to dig deeper into that. It's too broad for me to really, dig deep into that.
What say you, Mr. Untouchable?
For me, I find it strange that none of these African countries has never sought to consider a political ideology outside of itself. I mean, they always rely on political ideologies outside of itself, and I don't understand that, because you have very intelligent political theoreticians who are African. They've written many books on the subject, so I don't understand why they just hopscotch over the whole African continent and tend to
White ice is colder, man.
Yeah, I really don't understand that. But it's not to suggest or say that you can't take the good from different situations and then try to see if you could nestle it into your situation. But it's really just putting somebody else's jacket on you. I know people will say that, but I would not look at the outside and see what other nations would have done to see if I could incorporate it, but not wholesale. But for me, from my perspective, I personally think that as far as innovation is concerned, I feel like there's freedoms in living in a system where you could innovate something and be compensated for your labor, and that might seem capitalistic, but that's from my perspective in looking at two sides of the glass. That's what I see. Now it could be different, but I have not necessarily lived under that system where it is. From so far, from what I could tell, as far as innovation and allowing that innovation to flourish, I really only see that in one system. And if someone could give me another alternative, I'll be all with that. Maybe it's not been done yet. Maybe Africa is not given the world that yet. But I think that we have enough political theoreticians who already then look within countries and continents and wrote about it. And I don't understand why the African nations haven't taken up the task to really play out all these grand ideas many political theoreticians have proposed over the years. So that's where I am with that.
I like that. D-Web, you had something you want to add?
Yeah, just to add to that, we also got to keep in mind that none of these systems are completely capitalist or completely communist.
Right.
Like Ketter was saying, they just lean one way or the other. They may be 60-40, they may be 70-30, they may be 45-55, but none of these countries are completely capitalist and are completely socialist or communist. It's different. We got public schools, we got public roads, you know what I'm saying? We got a welfare, social safety nets, everything, right, of almost a communist nation would have. So we got to keep that in mind. It's kind of an illusion. It's kind of a game they're playing politically where they're trying to pit these two ideologies against each other. In reality, everybody's going to be a hybrid. It's just if you want more of one or more of the other,
That right there, I like that. And I also like this comment from Lero. She said, I think that's kind of the point. We will dive deep into understanding capitalism, communism, but not dive into studying our own economic histories and taking what's good. I agree with that. Keita also said Africa is still part of a broader world. She can't develop on her own. She'll need foreign help and influences. You guys by now know how I feel about so-called foreign help and foreign aid and all that stuff where Africa is concerned. What I will say Africa needs to do is step it up in terms of nationhood and interact with foreigners from a business standpoint, preferably from a strong point of business, not a weak point, right? The learning curve says, I think that troops of performers had a communal system that interacted with other economic systems globally and produced quote unquote wealthy creators globally. Let me read that one more again. I think that troops of performers had a communal system that interacted with other economic systems globally and produced quote unquote wealthy creators globally. I see we have Marcus McGee here tonight. I want to say peace to Marcus McGee. Marcus McGee says Africa being so separated causes pain for us globally. It sucks. I agree with that. Keita says the division of labor within the capitalist paradigm has produced a lot. The question is, who can Africa archive? Who can Africa archive economic growth without exploitation? So that's one of the concerns with people when you talk about capitalism. The immediate assumption is that you're going to be exploiting per se, but people don't understand that a lot of the capitalism that we disdain, especially today, a lot of that is actually crony capitalism. A lot of capitalism that we disdain historically is capitalist imperialism. What I mean by that is I agree with a lot of people on the panel here. I've talked about this on the show before, that the guys who, the folks who are putting in that work, who are motivated and putting that work, you just have to treat them differently. Your talented 10th, for example, you have to just treat them differently. That's just what it is. You cannot expect an output from them, high output from them, and they're looking to the left and their right, and they're seeing dudes eating a biscuit just like they're eating a biscuit, to quote Only Ty said. Any last words on this, guys?
Yeah, you mentioned something about Kampuchea or Pol Pot. If only the young folks would look at what happened, look at Cambodia before Pol Pot, it was thriving and successful. And when Pol Pot ruled that country, it was terror.
Mm-hmm.
They still have those skulls like that as a reminder of his terrorism.
Yeah, D. Webb pointed that out. When you talk about communism, a lot of times for that even to look like it's going well, there's a lot of destruction there. A lot of death is involved in that. People are wiped out, man. People go through a lot of poverty too, to be honest.
And you don't really even need to go to even Pol Pot, even in Africa, in Ethiopia with Mengistu, when he overthrew the emperor, and he had his version of communism with the Derg, it was many people died. There was a lot of genocide that happened, man. So I just, like I say, historically, I have not seen it yet work. And maybe someone could give me this is my issues that I have with Julius Malema, because he's a Marxist.
He's a Marxist, yep.
But I have not seen it work. But if someone could show me something different, I might take another view. So.
In the chat, Kidder says true to D Webb, to what D Webb said. Lero said the difference is that we are in a post-industrial world and Africa is still in its process. So that's where the work comes in, developing it to today's standards. I actually absolutely agree with that. Bobby Wright is here, y'all. I'll say what's up to Bobby Wright. He says, greetings, Coco, and the panel.
Greetings.
Great. All right, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 then. I like how this started. That was a good discussion. For you guys who are not aware of communism, socialism, I would suggest you study up on that stuff. It's interesting, and I can see why a lot of leaders in the past got caught up in some of that stuff. I get it, but we have more information now, so you guys should look into that if you don't mind. Shoot the breeze topic number 2 tonight. How do we fix the family is the prompt. Here's the Instagram.
If the family doesn't improve, the civilization doesn't improve. What I'm talking about is the relationship between a man and a woman. If that improves, then the civilization improves, because the man and the woman raised a child. So if the man and the woman are healthy, they're going to raise a healthy child. And a healthy child said, I want to be free. That's a natural response for a healthy child. So what I'm saying is that the mother, the father, the husband and wife, that union is the basis for how the civilization is structured. If you want to destroy a civilization, you break up that relationship. That's why they sold the child, sold the father during slavery, just bust up the family. That's the first thing they did. In order for us to get back on key, back on point, we have to put that together. But the family is the most important unit in a civilization. That's what you build a civilization upon. That's what you build power upon.
So I actually like what Layla Africa says here. And there's something he says here about the youth, about what the youth want. That ties back into prompt number 1, when D-Web said that things like communism and stuff, they really get to the youth because the youth want to see a certain world. So I'm going to play this again. I want you guys to pay attention to again, and let's talk about it.
That's how you move a civilization. If the family doesn't improve, the civilization doesn't improve. What I'm talking about is the relationship between a man and a woman. If that improves, then the civilization improves, because the man and the woman raised a child. So if the man and the woman are healthy, they're going to raise a healthy child. And a healthy child said, I want to be free. That's a natural response for a healthy child. So what I'm saying is that the mother, the father, the husband and wife, that union is the basis for how the civilization is structured. If you want to destroy a civilization, you break up that relationship. That's why they sold the child, sold the father during slavery, just bust up the family. That's the first thing they did. In order for us to get back on key, back on point, we have to put that together. But the family is the most important unit in a civilization. That's what you build a civilization upon. That's what you build power upon. That's how you...
Yes, sir. R.I.P. to Dr. Layla Africa, too, by the way. So the prompt says, how do we fix the family? If the family is the most important unit in terms of nation building, a nation, how do we fix the family now? Kevin Carre, I'll start with you.
All right. There's a jump. You ever heard the martial arts called Aikido?
Yeah.
I forgot the name of the founder, or Horashi. I forgot his name, but he makes a good point. He says before you can start to build anything, you must start with the home. Start cleaning, clean up your house, clean yourself up. Then you bring in a woman, and that from there, you gotta start with yourself first. Change your ideology. What you're seeing now is like, especially this week. I mean, all of us knew about this growing up, but what you're seeing now, 2 youth got a wake-up call dealing with the white people. That kid in New Jersey and that girl in Rialto, California. They weren't taught better. I blame the parents for that. But we need to start. Another thing we need to start doing is we got to separate ourselves. The problem, we all know the problem is the enemy is white folks and other non-black folks. But the enemy is glaring is a lot of the people in our community. That's where you got to start first too. We got to start separating ourselves from them, man.
All right, let's welcome in Azuli. Azuli, what say you?
Yo, I'm reading this thing, right? They say stuff. There's nothing as a coincidence. So I'm reading this thing that I read maybe 15 years ago, a book about Layla Africa. It's called The Nutricide.
Yeah,
I'm reading the notes right now as you put it this. I was not way before you started this. So he said the purpose of African coupling, marriage, offspring, and procreation is to strengthen and uplift the culture and family structure. The first technology science of Africa is the family. In contrast, European sexism teaches African to marry for the ego, which is a romantic love, lust, and family is secondary. So this psychological sexist weapon divides the African from the technology of the family. So a lot of Africa has been saying that the family has to be saved, and in order to, we have to mend the difference between black men and black women. Until we bring these the mother and the father together, can't save the family. Until we get rid of the certain ideology, which he just said that a lot of the oh I love you, all of these are egocentric things that we learn from the barrel maker, which creates a lot of stress and anxiety within the family system. So he said that there was something else. As I'm just reading this stuff that was like from 15 years ago, and then you just put this prompt up. So to save the family, we have to. And then this thing he said, and our family, which is the same thing as Caribbean people, everybody like is an uncle or a cousin. And all the adults, based on this book, he said all the adults in the family take care for the kids as if it's their own. So it's like what it was when they say it takes a village to raise the family. Like back in the days, if I'm in the Bahamas and Coco is my uncle and I'm running around, I'm supposed to be at school, Coco could come and pull my ear and tell me, yo, what are you doing?
Yeah, I could cut your ass for that.
Yeah. Or if they see me acting a fool, an adult who is not my blood could check me. But it's a check in love. But we've lost that. But I think the way to fix that is to amend the relationship between men and women, minus the barrel makers' ideology of what the relationship should be. So that's all I think.
Man, that's a nice contribution there. I appreciate that, man. D-Web, what say you?
Yeah, like I said, I agree. Like the first part of destroying the civilization is destroy the family, right? A lot of things that we've seen throughout the years, and you had different eras, but you know, you had this whole sexual liberation movement, right? You had this rise of feminism, the drug war, right? And the public food system, even this economic system where now you have to have both parents work, right? You have to have both of y'all working 8 to 9, 10-hour days while the public food system raises your kids in media. You know what I'm saying? So I think one of the biggest things you need to do is remove your child from this media paradigm, right? This is like we see kids at 2-3 years old with a tablet in their hand, you know, a TV in their room before they 5-6 years old, right? Because it's the easiest way to do it, right? What happens is now on top of the state, you know, raising your child, and the state and the media basically take turns raising your children, you know, and once you get that, how can you have a functional family unit, right? What do they know at that point? They don't know a loving family, a father that's there and caring, and a mother. They know people that's work, even if y'all together, y'all working all the time, or you have the single parent where the relationship falls apart. Now it's even worse. So this is all by design. They don't want you to have a strong family unit, right? So we got to figure out a different way of doing things. We got to figure out something where we're not, both parents aren't busting their ass to make ends meet and stuff like that. We got to, you know, strive to stay together. You know, I think people have this ideology where we fall into the Notebook generation, right? Where we watch these romantic movies and think that it's supposed to be like, you know, birds singing and heart fluttering every moment you see your partner. In reality, you should focus on the loyalty, right? Once you create that family, you need to be loyal to that family, right? You're gonna fall in and out of love with your partner, right? It's gonna be fleeting. It's gonna come, it's gonna go. But you know, at the end of the day, you're supposed to have that loyalty to this person because y'all raising a function. You're basically raising the future. This is the future of your civilization and your people. So we got to get back to those tenets that we originally had and get out of this, you know what I'm saying, this Western mindset that we are currently in.
I love it, man. Love it. I love it. I love what you guys are saying. Before I go to Mr. Untouchable, let me just read some comments. Lero says facts at Kevin Carre 42. Ketter says to D-Web, facts, bro. Lero says, as a people, we have to move with an objective on our conscience. And that also applies to the people we choose to procreate and build with, especially even. The pro-black perspective, y'all know that's Onita say. He says, yeah, men need to make more money. Mr. Untouchable, you heard that additional information we got from Erzuli that Laila Africa spoke about infanticide, about the ego and how romance and all that is ego. What says you in terms of the ego aspect when it comes to this prompt?
Terms of the ego. First, let me just say the brothers in the room are in rare form tonight. I gotta say, man, they come off the bench shooting.
Yeah.
It's been an angry week, Mr. Untouchable. It's been a very angry week.
Yeah, they come off the bench shooting, man. They doing a good job. The ego is something that I guess men and women have. You know, I think that some of it needs to be dialed back a little bit, because you don't want two competing forces under one particular roof. It becomes very competitive. It's like, you know, you're supposed to be competitive in the workplace, but when you bring that ego-driven, you know, I must be whatever in the home, you know, it just really creates chaos for me, from my perspective.
Yeah.
But on the issue of family, the first thing I look at that, when I look at that and I see that we have to define what the term means. You know what I mean? Especially with us, because family, traditionally, so one could say that family means a man and a woman and children, but that's not necessarily been the case, you know, for our situation. Now, is it? You know, a lot of us had polygamous relationships. A lot of us had the different kinds of relationships that was not typically westernized, you know, and it's not to dismiss a man and woman and child, but how we look at family is a little bit different. We look at, when I consider family, I would Zuli, I consider my grandmother as a part of the family. Some people may consider uncles, and all these people are contributive to building of a nation as far as family building is concerned. And we consider these things. We don't throw away grandma. We don't throw away granddad. You know what I mean? All these people are inclusive. In fact, some of our grandparents have raised us like our dads or like our mothers. So they are just...
That's my story.
Yeah, so these people, I would consider them to be family as well. So all these terms are inclusive within this idea of what so-called family is supposed to be. But another thing I wanted to say is very difficult to fix a family while you're in jail. You know what I mean? True. And we in the West, we in a perpetual jail called white supremacy. Well, I don't like the term, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
We in perpetual jail. And we've been educated and taught against that notion of this idea of a strong family-centered unit. They want us to look at the government. They want us to look at them to be their so-called daddy, you know, so-called mothers. They want to into our rooms, into our family lives, all our privacy. The government wants us to give these things to them so they can control it. So it's in their effort to break up this so-called notion of this family idea. But like I say, I think that we have to first define what a family is. And that definition must be workable for us, not necessarily any other groups, but for us in particular, and what that means.
Yeah, family for the African definitely needs to be something more extended, not just mother, father,
can I read?
children.
Can I read something from the book?
Yeah, go ahead.
So he said the family technology does not allow argument, verbal abuse, or physical abuse, violence, right? He said the African family structure makes every member of the family directly responsible for every member of the family. And the pure sense of African family technology and the African language, there is no such thing as aunt, uncle, cousin, stepfather. There are no adoption because you cannot adopt a child into your family that is already in the family. So he's basically saying that we're family. The village is the whole family. So they destroyed that, and because what Mr. Untouchable just said is fact. When you're basically in jail makes certain stuff like untrust. You can't trust in one another. Everybody's looking behind their back. Everybody's looking at everybody sideways. So it's hard to look at people as your family if they're not in the blood sense of the word, which is really a barrel maker thing. Or if you're my blood, because we don't really. Because even if I go to the Bahamas, people or Haiti, you call each other's cousin when you're not cousins. Do you understand what I'm saying? So Lala Africa had that book. If anybody get a chance to read it, it's called Nutricide, and it talks about the family structure, diet, and all of that.
I had an uncle Alec, and to this day I ain't too sure how he's my uncle. So Yeah, I definitely feel it. That's how it was back home. In the chat, the learning curve says to Mr. Untouchable, facts. She also says to Azuliism, facts. Lero says it may be controversial, but I think focusing on the quote unquote nuclear family is necessary but somewhat limited. As others said, we must define what family means for ourselves. Great comment. Thank you. The learning curve says to this prompt, black is global, and you have to choose that concept. Black is global, and you have to choose that concept. Anyone wants the last word for this prompt here? Or can we move on to Shoot the Breeze topic 3? All right. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 is this asshat thinks he is Italian and not black. Let's get to the asshat here shortly. So this asshat, NBC's Mike Tirico, once said that he wasn't sure if he's black. While the players are usually the main attraction, certain sports broadcasters can become part of the home viewing experience. During his time in the booth, for example, John Madden often provided as much excitement as the game itself. While NBC's Mike Tirico isn't in the legendary broadcasters category just yet, he has become one of the most recognizable names on sports television. Given his lengthy career as a member of the sports media, Mike Tirico is no stranger to interviews. One which took place in 1991, however, made headlines for an unexpected reason. The broadcaster said he wasn't sure if he was black. Let's see what this video is going on about. Does it play? Yeah.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to Talks at GS. I'm Jeffrey Scruggs, co-head of the Public Sector and Infrastructure Group in the Investment Banking Division. I'm excited to be joined today by Mike Tirico. Mike is, of course, a veteran broadcaster for NBC Sports. He's the host of the network's primetime Olympics coverage, Football Night in America, the Indianapolis 500, Notre Dame football, the Triple Crown, just to name a few of his roles. Mike, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Jeff. It's great to spend an afternoon with you and with all the folks at Goldman. It's a wonderful time of the sports calendar, although it's an odd time with a lot of different things bunched up that we usually don't see, but there's plenty to talk about, and I look forward to sharing the conversation with you and all your teammates here this afternoon.
Well, first, Mike, let's take the first section as being talking about your journey as a sports anchor. Let's start on your path. First, you grew up in Queens. You were raised by a single mother. Your grandfather actually worked at Shea Stadium. When did you fall in love with sports and know that you wanted to pursue a career in sports broadcasting?
I would probably say shortly after birth, and mean it in many, many small ways. I loved sports. I was in a house where the conversation was always about sports. The New York Daily News showed up at the stoop, the front steps to our attached two-family apartment in Queens. And it was immediately look at the front page, flip it over, look at the back page, and read it back to front. So it was one of those places. So I guess the DNA of being a sports fan was there right from the start. You mentioned my mom raised me as a single mom. She had the best arm in the neighborhood for any mom. She'd go out and play catch with me during my Little League days, which didn't advance very far, I should point out. But her brothers were always around and supportive of my sporting love and passion for watching games. But as a kid, for whatever reason, Jeff, I took a liking to sports on TV. My mom will tell you, as a little kid, I'd run around with a spoon and pretend to be an announcer instead of being a ball player or an athlete. So I guess 50 years later or so, I'm still living my childhood dream of being a TV sportscaster and still love the job every second of the day.
Well, let's fast forward to Syracuse for a minute.
All right, I'm going to end that there because I don't know the timestamps for that video. None was given. I'm not going to play a 25-minute video. That guy on the right, he's the asshat who thinks he's Italian and not black. I heard a lot of talk in this story about him having a single mother. Kare, let's start with you because you gave this story, but I don't have timestamps here. Yeah. What is it that you want to get across about this prompt here?
all right, I had this on my mind for you. It just came across. It just came back to me because I saw something about him. I was like, let me go back. And a couple of years ago, I saw it about him. I used to listen to NFL on NBC and seeing this guy. And when I saw that, oh, he's not black. And then I saw a very early photo of him. The man looks like he was darker than me and you. I think this guy's bleaching right now, right? He looks darker than me. He had an afro, saying he's not black. But I think they said he was adopted by an Italian family. I think he's from here in Queens. I think near I think it's called Douglaston. But
okay.
I don't know, man. This guy, I had to put it out there. This guy just annoys me, man. Do you remember that documentary thing did in the late '90s? Skip Dates.
Yeah.
When the guy, he asked him, "What are you?" He was in East Africa. He goes, "What are you?" He goes, "I'm Persian. I'm Persian." Remember that?
Yeah.
This is what it reminded me of, what that Stockholm syndrome.
So D-Web, I know you're a sports guy. I'm sure you're familiar with Mike Tirico. Did you ever question to yourself if he was a black man?
I mean, I don't really care, man. Why are we forcing people to be black, yo? If that man want to be Italian, by all means, go for it. I'm seeing a lot of people claiming indigenous, Italian. Now you got people claiming they're British, Caribbean, and not black. Look here, bro. Go for it. More power to you. I don't care. If anything, it helps you spot out who you need to be building with. You know what I'm saying? Yep. That's what I'm saying. We don't need the fake people. What only say an evolutionary time. We don't need these people. So it's like, do your thing, bro. You're just letting me know what I need to watch myself around you, right? I need to vet you. I need you not to be in my circle, right? Because we see what you would do. That's why I think a lot of our black leaders ended up either dead or destitute in the corner because they trusted everybody who was brown. All you doing is helping me weed through who I need to kick out of my circle. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And honestly, if we go back to historically, the Moors ran all through Italy, bro. They wasn't even considered white to the 60s, 70s. They had to fight their way into being white. The Sicilians to this day still get treated a certain way because they're the darker of the darker Italians. You know what I'm saying?
The peppers, yeah. So I actually knew a sister when I was in the military, man. She was black and Italian. Her father, I think, was military. Met her mom. Mom didn't even speak English. You feel me? And she used to go back to Italy every year, and that was her heritage. So I'm not even feeling like argue with nobody with their lineage or what they want to be or whatever. I don't care how you really look. You can be blacker as night, but have a European mindset. So it is what it is. Yeah, I appreciate that. I want to thank everyone for being here tonight. Thanks for tuning in. There's some of you on the KWAZ radio YouTube channel. There's a host of you here. Make sure you guys hit the like button for me, please. Make sure hit the like button before we end the show tonight, or before you leave. In the chat, daily affirmation by Pauline says he may feel he is not black, but if he is stopped in a rural area, he will be seen and treated as black! Exclamation point. The learning curve says he has received other benefits that he associated with his Italian heritage. Blackness is not valuable to him, and it does not trade in any economy. We need to define and protect our economy. I actually agree with that comment a lot. If he was there because of his blackness, he'll be black. You know what I mean? Not that I care what he thinks of himself either way, but if he thought that he made it where he made it to due to his blackness, he would be out here talking about for the culture and all that kind of stuff. He'd be a Kamala, yo. Right. Indian, right. Now you're black. Right. Indian, black, now you're other. You know what I mean? So that's his thing. Mr. Azuli, what say you to this?
At the end of the day, people could be who they want to be nowadays. I don't really care. Like, I never care about this dude anyway. He never said anything profound about injustice, about social issues. So I don't really care. If that's what he wants to be, fine. I don't care. I'm not gonna try to tell a man the benefits. Maybe he look. There's no benefits to him. If there's no benefits of being, it's okay, bro. Do your thing. Like I'm not letting this type of mentality take space in my mind anymore. He's free to do what he wants to do, man.
Right. I feel you on that one. Ketter says he's quote unquote white passing. Europe will give him a reality check when he goes over. Without further ado, Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this story?
I'm not big on this. If he want, like, I agree with my brothers on the panel. If the brother want to be Italian, he could eat a can of Chef Boyardee and drink some bleach and shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Because I don't business with it. I tell you one thing, like D Webb was saying, when the Moors was up into Italy, they was screwing so much white Italian women, they changed the race of Italy forever. Yeah. So if he want to be Italian, he's still gonna end up black anyways. but I really have no big thing to say to this particular topic.
All right, I appreciate that. I think you guys all did a real good job with that topic, and I agree with everything y'all said. If he wants to do it, fuck him. Go out there and show your white ass then, if that's what you want to do. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 says many big tech people are leaving to join in the crypto revolution. Web 3.0, which we talked about, I think last week or the week before. Web 3.0 is going to make a lot of people wealthy. And by the way, as I put this link up, if you guys want to discuss certain topics on Shoot the Breeze, by all means, join the Discord. The link is in the description. It's also pinned to the top of the chat. Join the Discord, ask to be given a role, and then head over to the Shoot the Breeze topics area and put up your topic. I try to post everyone's topic on Shoot the Breeze, which is why some of these topics are a little bit behind because we missed a week about 2 weeks ago. So we're trying to catch up. But in the meantime, join the Discord, post your Shoot the Breeze topics, and we'll discuss those too. So many big tech people are leaving to join in the crypto revolution. Web 3.0 is going to make a lot of people wealthy. This article says Silicon Valley is no longer the edgy tech frontier as workers flee Google and Amazon for crypto and Web 3.0 startups, recruiters say. So Zuckerberg, whatever. Just a couple of years ago, landing a job at Uber or Twitter was like striking gold. And while that still may be the case for plenty of aspiring tech workers, another space is encroaching on Silicon Valley's position as the hottest place to be. That's Web 3. 8 tech recruiters told Insider that they're seeing a significant trend of high-profile executives and developers leaving established firms to cryptocurrency and other decentralized tech ventures as the once fringe startups elbow their way to the forefront of the industry. Quote, we are unquestionably seeing some of the best and brightest of Silicon Valley or tech move over to crypto, says Scott Fletcher, whose film Intersection Growth Partner has pulled several very senior folks out from Amazon, Meta, and Google, told Insider. I've been at this a long time, he said. I've never seen change happen this quickly. Right? It continues. We don't know too much about Web 3, the supposed next iteration of the internet, except that in theory it will live on the blockchain instead of centralized websites run by the likes of Google or Amazon. It's such an odd category, says this guy. A managing partner at Artisanal Talent told Insider. It means everything and nothing in some respect. But as undefined as it is still pretty appealing to pretty appealing to many of big tech's top brass. You know what? I think we get the point. D-Web, you're kind of into this kind of tech and tech kind of economy type thing. What says you to this prompt?
You're gonna see a push to digital, man. NFTs, Ethereum, the metaverse, these things are things that are gonna take up. We all know when it comes to any kind of innovation, the first the first people to get aboard are usually one to profit, right? Even if you was like the first one on like a Twitter or the first one on an Instagram, right?
Yeah.
You probably garnered thousands and thousands of followers just for that reason, and now you can monetize your page. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of the same way in the tech space where a lot of people see the writing on the wall. Everything's going digital, man. It's just you're not stopping that. The thing is, I'm not sure that's a great idea. I'm not sure that's great for the people. I'm not sure that's great, particularly for Black people. Because like I said, it's gonna, you're gonna have to weigh your future, the implications with the pros and the cons of everything more digital, everything being more centralized to where you need network access in order to profit from these things. You have to be on the network. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And in order to access the network, you have to be in certain hubs, you have to be in certain areas and things like that. And also you can be controlled. There's also going to be biometrics coming too. I can almost guarantee that. The problem is, the dollar is faltering, yo. If we look at the dollar, right? You lost 10% of your money. You ain't even do nothing this past year. Like, you lost 10% of your money. So crypto is coming. I don't care what anybody says. Like, it is what it is. You can even make a case that they're pushing us towards this crypto type of deal. And tanking the economy on purpose by giving out money on end, just keeping the money printer going. So you're going to see that, and they're trying to figure out a way to regulate it now. One of the biggest issues they having right now is trying to regulate and be able to tax crypto transactions. And everybody's talking about it, right? So that's the future, and I think a lot of the I see the affirmation. I don't want to ruin the prompt because I know you're probably gonna put it up there. But she said, I talk about how the wealthy person said he would not invest in anything. People said the same thing before the stock market crashed, before 1929, right? When you're setting your ways and you're used to, a certain way and you're making money this way, you can't really see the, particularly if you're comfortable, right? You're not trying to innovate because the system that you're in right now is already profiting you. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? But you can see like dudes like Elon Musk, maybe a younger billionaire, he's deep into crypto, super deep. You know what I'm saying? So you have to pay attention to who you're dealing with. If you're looking at a Warren Buffett who's 80 years old, he may not be able to see what the future implication is, but maybe a younger billionaire maybe can see. So you kind of got to follow their moves. But digital's coming, so you can either hop on or you can not. You know what I'm saying? Right. But there's no stopping that train, bro.
Okay. Daily Affirmations by Pauline said, I watched a video this week where a very wealthy man said crypto was like a fad, but he will not invest in it. I think, D-Web mentioned the Oracle of Omaha just now, Buffett. I think I remember him saying that very same thing as well. NYC Beauties is in the house saying, greetings, family. Y'all check out NYC Beauties YouTube channel. And the Learning Curve says, Buffett just invested $1 billion in a crypto-friendly bank. Yeah, I could see him doing something like that because he would believe more in a typical bank versus crypto. But yeah, that actually trends for Buffett. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
For me, tech, I feel that tech literacy is going to be an important thing going forward for our community. But I do believe that financial literacy is something that we have a deficit from, a terrible deficit from.
I agree.
When you're dealing with large sums of money, or let me not say gambling, but investing large sums of money in a particular thing, you should have some wherewithal for financial literacy first, for me. And then, you could even do it simultaneously while you learn tech and tech information or tech literacy. But I think that these things have to be coupled together. You can't really be investing into one without having some understanding about the other. I think that for our community, we have deficits that we have to overcome first. And I am very leery and careful, especially with the idea herd mentality. This is the thing to do. Yeah, and when you have these public platforms steering people in a particular direction, the colonizers, people who control, they're notorious for doing sleights of hands. They would say, look over here, while in effect the magic trick is being done over here. So yeah. I'm very leery and careful when when they try to hurt us into a particular area. For me, I still go with the old school. I'm invested in the precious metals. You know what I mean? The silver, the gold. For me, I don't think that these things will, the intrinsic value of these things going to just go away like that. I think it'll take time first. Yes, we should invest in tech. We should invest in the zeros and ones. But I feel for me, the precious metals are always going to be important in this world. I'm living for right now. But I still do study the tech information, try to become as tech savvy as possible. But financial literacy for me is a heavy thing that I invest in as far as my time is concerned. But that's what I am.
Erzuli, what say you?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out how I buy XRP in New York. That's what I'm want to learn right now, because I heard this shit's gonna be big and I can't do it. This is what I want to know.
They not letting you, bro. You're blocked. I had some before and I sold it right before that SEC thing, and I should have kept it. But
yeah, because it's the SEC thing that prevents you from buying it in certain places, right?
Right, you'll have to do some foreign exchange nonsense to even get at it, you know.
But I got Atomic Wallet. They said certain banks won't allow you, but Atomic Wallet seems to say that you could buy it from Atomic Wallet, but they're not gonna give you the same, like they're not gonna give you the same amount that it's worth. So you might buy for 100 and they give you like 88 or something like that.
Yeah, they're gonna tax you.
Yeah. So that's what I'm waiting on right now. So I don't know what to say, man. Like, I don't want to be poor, man.
Who was it? Was it Guatemala? No, it's El Salvador that adopted crypto as its currency, as its like currency tender. Do you think that's that's their nation, that's their country, but is that a good idea?
Well, if it's less volatile than their currency, then why not? You know, I think right now it's been bouncing between like 39 and 55. You know, if you do the percentages or whatever, some of these people currency is wild.
Yeah.
It bounces up wild, so it makes more sense. Like, and honestly, they got to the point where they got ATMs in America right now. You can withdraw your cash for the crypto or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like you just dead in the water. Now I think it's really just Bitcoin for now, but if your currency and your economy of your nation is very unstable, it makes sense to switch over, you know. And you also don't have to deal with the regulations like we got to do. The Federal Reserve, I ain't gonna go into too much of a history lesson, but the American economy basically borrows money from the Federal Reserve and hands it out to the banks who give it to you. And all of this, you're taxed along the way, and you kind of cutting that middleman out when you go to putting your economy on the crypto thing, you know,
the blockchain.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, if you guys, by the way, Dorico Cooper was really good at this. You guys have tips on and videos that can educate us further. You guys join the Discord, or if you're on the Discord already, just post them under one of those channels, tips or whatever. Post those videos so we could actually go in there and check it out and learn something and keep up to date. And that goes for financial literacy. That goes for Web 3.0. Make sure you guys go there and post interesting videos, to keep us all up to date.
Hey, breaking news. I don't know if you guys heard. Remember the guy that sued the NFL for racism?
Yeah, Flores.
Yeah, he just got hired by the Pittsburgh Steelers, which the Rooney Rule is named after. The Rooney family, I think they still own the Pittsburgh Steelers, so they hired him.
Did the Steelers fire the other black guy?
Oh no, he's a linebackers coach. Brian Flores now is not the head coach. He's linebackers coach.
Well, they hired him as a linebackers coach. So that's interesting. Well, I guess he figured he wasn't gonna get hired as a head coach again. So,
but they got a black. They the one team with the black head coach too. So, it's like the NFL. They're basically hedging that lawsuit. Like, you look at here, you got a black team with a black coach and a black lineman, and you're suing us. So yeah,
it's a game. Yeah. Let me post Shoot the Breeze topic number. What's that? Is that number 6 coming up? Let me check that again.
That quick? My goodness.
They need big tech people. Yeah, so that was Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. So what we'll do we'll do a little station ID break here since we're at the midway point. And when we come back, we'll finish off the rest of the topics for tonight. Where is it?
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast. Ask you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
All right, what are you going to do? You know, the matron, thank goodness for folks like matron. The matron pointed out that I did indeed skip Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. So let's put in Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. Hold on, let me find it again. Sorry about that, guys. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. So that's when you have to hit all these switches. This type of stuff happens. So Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is the plot thickens as to who killed the Haitian president. Azuli, you should come back to the panel for this one. The plot thickens as to who killed the Haitian president. So this came with a link. Let's go to it.
Gunfire echoing through Port-au-Prince after the president was assassinated. Then, just 36 hours after a group of more than 24 Colombians and 2 Haitian Americans allegedly killed the president, most would either be detained or declared dead.
On the 7th of July, 2021, the president of Haiti, Jovenel Moïse, was assassinated. Gunmen broke into his home and machine-gunned Moïse in his bedroom, killing him and critically injuring his wife. Usually, when a sitting head of state is murdered, it's an act of terrorism or war. But evidence has emerged that may show Moïse was killed because he was launching an investigation into high-profile Haitian drug traffickers with political connections. This is how drug cartels may have killed the president of Haiti. Immediately after the shooting, a vicious fight broke out between police and the assassins on the streets of Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince. Eventually, Haitian police arrested 18 Colombian mercenaries, along with 2 Haitian Americans. Another 3 Colombians were killed, and 5 are still thought to be at large.
What does it say about a country when the president, in his own home, is killed?
We're doing our best, but it's not easy for us. This is not the army. That kind of battle that having place here is, I think it's something that might be controlled by an army.
At the time, many people assumed this was simply a political assassination. However, it then emerged that Moïse was compiling a list of Haitian drug traffickers, and he was reportedly about to turn the list over to US authorities. The Colombian mercenaries have apparently admitted that retrieving this list was a top priority. And Moïse's widow, Martine, the only surviving witness of the assassination, has since gone public in interviews seemingly backing this up.
Face down and bleeding, she thinks about a dozen men ransacked the room looking for something specific. They came to find something because I heard them saying, that's not it, there it is, which means they found what they were looking for.
Even more confusing in all this is that some of the alleged drug traffickers on Moïse's list were the very people who put him in power in the first place, the people who really run Haiti. Moïse's predecessor as president was Michel Martelly, a popular singer who used his celebrity status to win the presidency in 2011. It was Martelly who handpicked Moïse to be his successor.
Under the Constitution, Haitian presidents are not allowed to run for consecutive terms. They can run again, they just have to step down for 5 years. Moïse was going to be the bench warmer, essentially.
This all seemed to be broadly going to plan until early 2021, when rumors of an alleged coup made Moïse dramatically change policy.
There's at least one, possibly three, airstrips there. In the May to June period, several thousand kilos of cocaine actually landed in that airstrip. They'd never seen anything like it before. These airplanes were coming in from Colombia and Venezuela, and they thought that Moïse was in on it. Moïse was livid, starts calling everybody up, and starts to try to close down this airstrip.
The problem was that some of these drug trafficking operations were allegedly run by powerful people very close to Martelly. This is Charles Kiko St. Remy. He's a Haitian businessman with interests in everything from hotels to eel fishing. He's openly admitted to trafficking drugs in the past, but insists his current businesses are legitimate. However, across international law enforcement, the assumption is that Kiko is still a major player in Haitian drug trafficking, and is reported to have been one of the key names on Jovenel Moïse's list. He also happens to be the brother-in-law of the former president, Michel Martelly.
Drug dealers, people who are involved in the drug business, are ruthless killers. They don't play around. So a lot of people become very afraid of Kiko St. Remy. And they couldn't challenge him because, after all, his brother-in-law was the president.
What's perhaps most suspicious about the assassination in July is that Moïse's own security team didn't fire a single shot. They stood down and let the assassins through.
Why do you think that guard tower was unmanned?
It was like a routine. So sometimes they have people, so sometimes they don't. So.
Just luck of the draw that night? Seems a little strange, no?
Well, I don't know.
This is Dimitri Herard, who was head of President Moïse's security detail.
Dimitri Herard is one of the chief police officers who runs the presidential palace security. Moïse never trusted him. Moïse would constantly say, like, these people are traitors, I don't want to talk to them. And these are the people who are in charge of the president's security, right? Forces stood aside, assassination unfolded, and Dimitri basically didn't lift a finger to save the president.
He used to work for President Martelly, and has been reported to have been spying on Moïse directly for Kiko. But Herard, the head of the president's security team, also happens to be a major suspect in one of the biggest drug trafficking cases in Haitian history. He was reported to have used police vehicles to transport vast quantities of cocaine and heroin, in a case also involving Kiko. Herard has now been detained by authorities, with Colombian police reporting that he visited the country several times in the past year, leading to suspicions that he recruited the mercenary squads. But the case gets even murkier. It's since turned out that at least one of the Haitian American suspects detained after the assassination was a former DEA informant. And video has emerged showing that the gunman actually gained access to his home by claiming to be DEA themselves.
At least two of the main suspects in the assassination were former DEA informants. Drug dealers flipped by the DEA to become informants. And these are people who killed Haiti's president. The war on drugs has basically led US foreign policy for several decades now. And the DEA feels no need to answer any questions.
Drug corruption is so endemic in Haiti that it's even spread to the DEA mission there itself. Whistleblowers have alleged that millions of dollars have been misappropriated, and that DEA operatives were even giving tip-offs to Haitian traffickers, including Kiko. In 2021, the US Office of Special Counsel issued a formal reprimand to the agency because of the situation in Haiti.
They are certainly not going to give up their lives at the battlements for some cause. There is no cause for them. Their cause has always been greed and violence.
High-level drug corruption is nothing new in Haiti. The country sits almost exactly halfway between South America and Florida. And its poverty, unstable politics, and lack of rule of law make it an ideal hub for narco trafficking. The trade exploded in the 1980s with the American cocaine boom. and the Haitian elite got involved almost immediately. The most recent estimates indicate that 8% of cocaine that enters the US will come through Haiti or the Dominican Republic, which share one island.
Since the 1990s, the drug business in Haiti has become the #1 business. Many politicians who got elected in parliament, who became ministers, are involved somewhere, somehow, with the drug trade.
As so often with the war on drugs, this is a complex case. And we can't pretend that Jovenel Moïse himself was some kind of super clean anti-corruption warrior against the drug cartels. In fact, Moïse was widely accused of maintaining control through links with violent Haitian street gangs, in particular the G9 and its leader, Jimmy Barbecue Cherizier. Cherizier is a former cop who quit the force to become a kind of street godfather, unifying 9 of Haiti's biggest criminal gangs under his control as the G9. It's also alleged that he was strongly allied with the Moïse government, receiving weapons and protection from the police in return for attacking areas that voted against the government.
Do you see G9 and yourself as a legitimate authority here in Haiti?
Nous connaissons que nous sommes force politique, nous sommes structure sociopolitique, sont structure sociopolitique cap goumé pour moun ki pi mal yo pour nous comment nous capable.
A social political movement that carries around pretty large weapons.
But for all of Cherizier's posturing as a defender of the poor, he's accused of carrying out brutal massacres, often on behalf of the Moïse regime.
Pile balle, na lem pour me retourner pour me prendre quand je viens prendre et tout rentrer là ou quoi. Donc pour me lem gen balle.
Who do you blame for your son's death?
Barbecue avec ne caché du feu.
Do you think President Moise is in any way connected to the surge in violence here?
Oui, monsieur son ancien policier lié. Mbadou si rapproché président lié, sécurité président lié, il gen battu le national mondial. Il plein sponsor, il nan boîte là. Les gars là, la petit peuple là. Pas pile pas paquet. Et Jovenel lui-même moi tout ça nèg là fait. Il va jamais dire non, il va jamais mettre au statut, il va jamais mettre la patte sur lui. Je le fais nous qu'a fait ça tout.
First, he talks about anti-corruption, but he was very corrupt. He was involved in money laundering. He was using state resources to build his own private wealth. And he tried to dispose the ruling elite by transferring their assets for his own good.
The murder of President Moïse has still not been solved, and it may never well be. In the aftermath of the assassination, several different factions claimed power, creating a violent political vacuum. And Jimmy Barbecue Cherizier, leader of the G9 gang, launched an all-out street war to consolidate his own hold over his territory.
En pile moun qui dans la police, en pile moun qui dans pouvoir, en pile moun qui dans opposition, c'est yo qui fait complot avec bourgeois senti pour yo livrer président. N'a répété ça encore. Peuple a pour dans la rue et n'a pratiqué ça qui relève légitime violence. Et n'a répété encore nous c'est grand timoun, yo tiré sur nous compte ça pour nous faire.
Meanwhile, for all the corruption that the war on drugs has caused in Haiti, including the possible murder of a president, the cocaine will continue to flow and make the people who may have killed him wealthy beyond the dreams of any ordinary Haitian.
C'est moun ka vive dans la rue, c'est pas bête. Si l'État pas ka fait travailler nous-mêmes, n'a veille zone nous, n'a fait travail zone pas nous.
We'd like to congratulate drugs for winning the war on drugs.
All right. That's a lot there. Let's welcome Achieve Mindset to the panel. Achieve, how are you tonight?
Oh, thank you. I'm good. How are you?
Hey, hold on a second. I'm
Welcome back, Achieve. It's been a long time.
Say that again.
I said,
I'm
welcome
good.
back.
Can you hear me?
Oh, okay.
Oh, cool. Thank you. I've been out just doing IT certifications and with a new company, but trying to work my way out of the rabbit hole.
I hear you.
Yeah, but if I'm allowed to give my views on this, I feel like this is pure lies, man. Because you take one thing and you just possess something else with it to make people believe it. This war on drugs thing, there are countless documentaries where Zungu themselves has produced to tell everybody that this war on drugs thing is part of their, I forgot what it's called, I think it's called the Mandro Doctrine, which is really just to say that nobody else is allowed to be as powerful as America in those, in the Pacific and in the Atlantic Sea. So they do what they need to do to keep everybody to the same level. And it's very disrespectful to feel like they don't feel like black people have enough memory or enough sense to actually wait a second, to actually think for themselves, to actually think for themselves and know that the war on drugs is just basically a war on black people. And to literally everybody knows why this gentleman, I don't think he's the best president, but people know why he was removed. And it has a lot to do with the number one world power currently right now. And people are pretending like he got killed because of drugs. Nobody, doesn't matter if the Mexican mafia, Colombian, Brazilian, no drug mafia is gonna want to go take out a president because he wants to shut down their drug trade. They will find another way to get the drugs into the US. So, Vice obviously is a mouthpiece to manipulate the young generation. And you saw the guy with the Supreme outfit. It's very good what they're doing, but real people who have their head down and actually know how to analyze things properly, this is a propaganda piece, and it's just pure lies. And it's really insulting. It's really, really insulting to the Haitian people that they've done this. It's disrespectful.
D-Web, what say you?
Yeah, that was he said exactly what I was saying. Like, my inner conspiracy theorist was like, yo, this is some funny business. Y'all know all of this, and you have all of these pieces already plot together. And you could see they kind of went about in a roundabout way of getting to this, this drug hit type of deal, right? In reality, we know cartels deal with the U.S. They even got TV shows about it. If you watch Narcos, if you watch Snowfall, you know about the Contra, the Reagan controversy. These people deal with the cartels, right? So they wouldn't care about them handing over. They already know. They have intelligence. They know exactly who's doing what at any time. But if it benefits them, or if they're holding down some other group that they don't want to, bolster up, then they don't care. They allow it to go on. So it wouldn't even matter. He can have a list of every dope boy in South America. The United States intelligence already knows who these people are. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is the Haitian president really going to relay to them that they don't already know? Not to mention, no cartel would want that smoke of killing a sitting president. You know how much, that would put you under the radar? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, when I know when I was younger, man, and we used to be on these little corners, as little kids, whatever, with these people who was, dealing in pharmacy. I'll say that much. And we, come out there like, oh, we could just take these crackheads' money and stuff like that. It was like, nah, y'all better not do that because y'all gonna make the block hot. When you start robbing people, it's the same. This on a macro level, that if you get to killing a sitting president, you're making the block hot. You're making it so that these people's business is now under the radar, under the scope. So it makes zero sense, this story. And like I said, it's almost like you're insulting our intelligence at this point. So Vice News has the foremost intelligence on who, assassinated the Haitian president outside of these agencies. Like, come on, man, get out of here.
Kevin Conrad, what say you?
Well, I don't know how can I follow up my chief mindset and D-Web, but one thing I can say is, to add to it, is a lot of times the cartel donate money to these senators to make sure that a lot of the drugs are never legalized.
Okay. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Oh, for me, I take a bit of a different view, because I've lived in a country where the cartels have taken over a country, and indirectly have taken over the country, and the prime minister was completely compromised, almost completely compromised. Now, people may argue against that point, but you know, to live it is an extreme experience. Let me just put it like that. And also, you know, in Colombia, I think that Pablo Escobar, he didn't take out the sitting president. He was really trying to bomb him, you know, but he missed. But he did take out a person who was running for the presidency. You know, these cartels, they don't care about the so-called political structure of countries. Their idea is, the bottom line is to make money. And if their regime, the people who they pay, the people who they can arm is stronger than the militaries, not the hell with the police forces, but the militaries of some countries, that's power. You know what I mean? And they're going to do what they need to do to carry out, you know, as far as their mission in getting money, you know, and that's just the bottom line. So they don't respect the presidency. They don't respect law, the so-called law and order as you know and understand it to be. So I wouldn't put it past them to do something like that. I really wouldn't. You know, as far as him being involved in the drug trade and things like that, people, the territory of Haiti, there's a lot of chaos going on. And within that chaos, someone is profiting from that chaos, you know, and Haiti is a hub. You know, the eyes on Haiti is not as it is like what it used to be on the Bahamas, because people didn't look at the open territories of the Bahamas. That's why so much drugs. That's why Carlos Lito was able to put a whole drug industry in the Bahamas, because people wasn't looking at the Bahamas at that time. You know, until so much drugs came into the United States, say, well, we need to take a look at what's going on here. But Haiti is in that kind of situation today, I believe. And I believe that Moise was involved with the U.S. government. He is associated with the U.S. government as much as he may be associated with the Colombian, the people who doing drugs in Colombia. I think that he have his hand in a whole lot of corruption. Now, I don't think he deserved what he got. Let me just put that out there. But I think that the institution, the political institutions of Haiti are very weak because of corruption, whether it's from the inside or without. You know what I mean? Because these people are desperate men, and desperate men will do desperate things. Now, as far as this Vice video is concerned, of course they have their biases, but everybody ain't lying. Everybody ain't telling the truth, but everybody ain't lying. Let me just say that. You know, so for me to just easily dismiss and say, well, these guys, he wasn't involved in anything like that, I think that's far. I don't agree with that particular view.
Yeah, well, we know about Colombians. Colombians are, they're, you know, in the drug trade, they're ruthless, man. They will take out a leader in the Caribbean. Yeah, they'll do that.
Can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Zulian is okay. No, let everyone go first.
Uzuli is here. Uzuli, this is your hometown. What do you think about this this video that we just watched?
I think all this shit is a smoke screen. Like, it's a smoke screen for, I'm not saying that they don't have they're not selling drugs or anything, but the way that they're acting like they don't know who killed who did this, who did that, stop it. Like D Web said, yo, the amount of freaking technology that the West has, they listen to your conversation, they know everything that's going on. So for them to act like, oh, Moise was this and that, was against drugs, bullshit. The people didn't even like Moise. The people didn't even like this guy. So all of a sudden that they care, please. And the worst thing about this is the fake bravado that these fake gang members are showing in front of TV. All these people are paid in. Yo, the black masculinity is trash, bro. Like, this is disgusting. I'm embarrassed by these people. Oh, one of the guy that they said he was the well, you don't, a lot of you know, well, you don't understand the language, but he's sitting there like, oh, I'm gonna fight for the people, that I'm gonna fight against bullshit. You part of it's control, you part of it, bro. So much corruption. These black men with guns are so disgusting, bro. They're so immoral. I'm disgusted, bro. I think this is a smokescreen. Moise, all they talk about president, so what, they killed him, who cares? He was corrupt. I don't cry over no bitch, I'm sorry, over no corrupt punk who was using the country. All of a sudden now the wife want to come out with a little afro haircut. Please. Oh, you was in it too. Let's I'm not buying none of this stuff that they selling. I'm not saying that there was not no drug that people in the government are not involved in drugs. I don't know that part. But for them to pretend that nobody knows how the person just said that none of the guards, none of the security of the president shot a bullet. And if Moise was that dumb, he said he didn't trust them and he had them protecting him. Shouldn't those people have been arrested and fired before that? Yo, I'm not buying this old BS about they didn't know nothing. The guy said maybe these people will never. Yeah, you're right. They'll never be arrested because you won't allow them to be arrested. And this is the thing. A lot of these barrel makers come there to make fake news to build their career.
Yeah.
On top of people suffering.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't believe none of the Vice thing. All this is BS. They know what's going on. The major, they don't know who killed Moise. Please. What the hell is Haiti? No disrespect, and I'm Haitian. So you think they don't know what's going on in that country? Come on. This is BS, man. Like, I'm not, like, they don't know. Okay, people are going to say, oh, the cartel are this and that. What does the cartel has against? What does the cartel have versus the American government? You think if the American government doesn't want they can take out all the cartels? Come on, let's stop the BS.
The American government arms the cartels, yo. And to what the brother was saying earlier, you're like he talked about Pablo Escobar. Pablo Escobar was a Charlie in the India Alpha asset. So were half of the people in, like, the Haitian president has ties to the Clintons. You know what I'm saying? All of these people that are in charge, the Gaddafis, the Castros, the Bin Ladens, the Saddam Husseins of the world, they were put there. You feel me? So when you go off the reservation, when you go off the narrative, you got to go. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what the Haitian president did. He might have bit the hand that feeds him. He had to go. You know what I'm saying? But I do not believe wholeheartedly that the cartel will put themselves out there like that.
What's the dude? What's the dude from Panama that got arrested back in the 90s? What's his name? Manuel Noriega. They went and got him. Like, let's stop this. Like, let's stop. Oh, Moise was against. No, he wasn't. Like D-Web said, he did something that they didn't like. All right, word? All right, go ahead. We're turning our eyes the other way. And I don't care what happened to him. You mean to tell me assassin go to a house, kill the president, but leave the wife alone? What kind of assassins is that? Assassins with hearts? So now she's in there talking about, oh, they said they found something. Yo, I see programming when I see it. Stop it.
Achieve mindset. What say you?
Man, the brother said correctly. Look, yeah, the brother said, they're not lying, they're also not telling the truth. It's true. Propaganda is made of half lies and half truths. When you watch the video, it's very funny, right? The Wazungo on there is not actively interviewing people, right? It's snippets and it's people that are talking, and it's a segment of them talking about something to do with Haiti, and they cut that segment to fit their documentary. We don't know exactly, like for some of the professors over there, what they're really talking about in a larger context. You understand? They've done it to fit a certain type of narrative, so it's propaganda. And the thing is that what I'm trying to say is that they still think that we're dumb. That's what the documentary really showing. They still think that black people are very stupid because we know what the war on drugs really mean. And we know what you're trying to do this type of documentary is disinformation. And we know that by them doing this, personally for me, drugs is not what killed them. You understand? They're Colombians and these cartels got firepower, but literally, seriously, these guys got billions. They can tell them, look, we will build this number of factories that will produce, let's say, hundreds of millions. We just want this drug to go to the US. You will still be elected and you have more power that you will not be underneath somebody else. Dude, I'm not saying the guy was not corrupt, but there are more ways to go about it than a cartel really shooting a president of a poor country that really is not really the center of the drug trade. Even they said themselves, they shot themselves in the foot in the documentary. Only 8%, they predict 8% flies and goes through Haiti. 92% goes through somewhere else.
Exactly, bro. 8%. 8%. I'm going to murder a president. Stop.
Exactly. Stop. It's just disinformation. It's stupidity. It's like, well, I'm not saying that he didn't sell drugs. I'm not trying to paint him as he's a Garveyite hero of Haitian. No, I'm saying that, look, black people are not stupid. This documentary is disrespectful. You know what I mean? It's not really a conspiracy. It's an insult. You understand? This makes me more knowing that it's not drugs that killed him. You know what I'm saying? He could have been corrupt, but that's not due to drugs.
In the
that's
chat,
the main point to make.
Okay, I'm sorry. In the chat, Bobby Wright says, I think D Webb is 100% right. He goes on to say, I agree with the Zuliism. This is one of those prompts I could tell we might not get an agreement, but Mr. Untouchable, I allow you to rebut.
No, what I find curious, it's not that I'm not dismissive of what the brothers are saying. I just take a different view. But as far as from what I could tell from the video is, Haiti is awash with military style weapons. And my question is, where the hell are they getting in the so-called most poorest country in the Western world? Where are they getting these military assault rifles from? You know,
from
where
first world power, the country
it's amazing. It's amazing that these brothers choosing guns over food. Maybe that's how they can get the food. Who knows? You know? But it's just amazing that these brothers thinking, you know, gun first rather than let me go build something so we could make some legitimate money. You know what I mean? So everybody won this in this. See, I feel like from this video, what I gather from it, this need from power, from wherever factor or whatever segment of the community, I feel is ripping Haiti to shreds. You know what I mean? You have every faction trying to get this so-called thing called power. And then their ambition to do that, they're going to really just rip apart their nation. It's not like it's not already is right now, but they're going to just completely destroy it. And I'm with Azuli with a disgust because he understands it on a level that I may not. But I find it fascinating. I just find it fascinating one of the most poorest countries in the world. These brothers have military assault rifles in the poorest areas in Haiti. It's crazy.
Have you been, bro? I've been in Afghanistan, bro. They illiterate and they got AK-47s. We know who supplies. Like the poorest parts of the world have the best rifles. Like it's a fact of life. You know what I'm saying?
One thing, when the brother was talking about black men, you know, black men choosing guns over food, and talk about how black men, you know, not taking care of things as they should have. This is one thing that, you know, a lot of Pan-Africans don't really want to do, is compare us to other races. If you look at Afghanistan again, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've now trained a lot of the Talibans to now run the army.
Right.
They went from being people that are number one hated in the world to now running the army. And now I think even there's talks that some of even the European, even NATO or the US or something is going to be dealing with them, meaning they're going to be training them. So therefore, so many years to try to kill them, and now they're training them. It shows what real masculinity is, as the brother was saying, and black masculinity is overrated. You know, it is very sad when you see this kind of stuff, but we need to focus on the goal, really. And you know, this is an example of people who are not men, just grown-up males not doing what they're supposed to do.
This is an embarrassment. Like when they were interviewing the guy with the army, like he couldn't even speak. Like, well, I guess you guys didn't understand it, but I'm understanding. It's like, my dude, you're supposed to be the protector of the family. What are you doing? Like, this is crazy. Like, I'm really embarrassed. Like, that it's hurting me to the core. And this is these men that want women to bow down to them. Like, this is crazy. Again, I'm gonna state Moise, that people was not well liked by the people of Haiti. They wanted him gone. So it's amazing to me that now these same Haitians that wanted him gone are crying for him. So this is why I know it's propaganda created. They wanted him out. Like when he got elected, the majority of people didn't even participate in the voting. So this all thing right now is just smoke screen. And the brother said, somebody said, "Oh, Haiti's the poorest." Haiti's not the poorest. That's like Haiti's is like Africa. Haiti has a lot of minerals, natural resources, but it's been played and siphoned. They siphoning all this stuff, and the people are not benefiting. But again, you have this 10% of men, so-called men, are just this is. I remember when I was younger, one of my aunts used to live somewhere in Haiti, so I had to drive there, and like she lived in a super rich neighborhood. She had like acres of land, BMWs and stuff like, and I couldn't understand it. But you know what was the funny? On my way there to her house, if you see how much trash, and that was in the early 90s, 80s, bro. There's a problem with these people that are supposedly the 10%, the elitist people, the people who, this shit is it's terrible, man.
How did Haiti take to this guy's predecessor?
Who?
Sweet Mickey?
Sweet Mickey is a loser, bro. Is a loser. And this is the thing with, and then I'm not gonna just say this to Haitian people. Black people like entertainment.
Yeah.
So the fact that he was an entertainer, a lot of people seems to be like, oh, he did a lot. No, the guy was a thief. You remember when the Dominican, let me show you how this guy was a piece of shit president. When the Dominican people were killing Haitians and beating them and doing all, he said nothing.
Nothing.
He said nothing. So a lot of the things they say he's a big drug dealer. He came to New York City a couple of times. They chased him out. It's now that maybe this is the thing, just like Jean-Claude Duvalier, Baby Doc. How in the world Baby Doc could have the nerve to come back to Haiti like the shit is sweet? Him and his son and his family, after what he did to the people.
Yeah.
And that's not only to Haiti. That like we could use that, especially in Africa, when those dictators kill people and they just still get to come back and chill. What is this? There's something wrong with black people, man. I don't care what people tell me, man.
It's the fear. We are controlled by fear. Our religions control us by fear. The way the economics around us is set up, it controls us. With fear. We are people who that fear is in us, man. Especially, that fear is just in us, man. Kevin Conrad, you get the last word on this prompt.
I enjoyed listening, but I really can't follow this up. I really don't know what to say.
Okay, then I'll give the last word to Achieve Mindset.
Oh, thank you. I agree with what the brothers are saying. In terms of the I can hear the pain in the brother's voice. How these presidents have lived down in Haiti, and to be honest, man, like we talk about fear and this is it's not getting through our heads in the plain and simple what we need to do, and these examples on these documentaries in our lives, the failure to adapt, to move forward, to work hand in hand with other brothers is costing us our lives and our futures. And I can't underestimate what I'm saying. This man that got killed, yes, he may have been a piece of shit, but at a certain level, he was a black president. There has to be some level of respect and dignity when we're doing things. And, that's, man, that's all I can say. So I can say on
Achieve mindset. I understand what you're saying, but this is the issue. The guy was not a morally he was. The funny thing is, Moise was part of the same clique as Sweet Mickey. They're the same group of people.
Understand it, but
Moise was
now. Yeah, sorry. You speak. Sorry.
No, I was saying Moise was just there because you remember the guy in the documentary. They just said in Haiti you can't run back to back. So he was just a filibuster or whatever, like a space for
a fill-in until
Sweet Mickey comes back in. So I understand what you're saying that, oh, he's a black president. You're not a president if you can't defend your people. We got it. We can't give. So what? He's a piece of shit.
Yes, but the way he got killed, I'd rather we rose up, right, than you know the Wazungus do it. You understand? Because it leads to sense. Look, for example, right, Afghanistan right now, no power wants to go there because it's like that's the death zone of your army. For whatever reason, it's the death zone, and that mentality is there. And if he got killed, it doesn't take as far as to another president getting killed. It becomes too much. Like people get sensitized. Okay, our people get killed in the streets, our president get killed, and you know it doesn't look good. You know, for the larger picture, I feel like the Haiti as an issue will only be solved if truly, if you know, in my viewpoint, if Africa decides to step in, and it's where you know my gripe really, I don't want to prolong this. My gripe really is to do with the failure of African independence, because this kind of issue should not have been happen. Like Haiti should really be under Africa's protection, because as much as a lot of these people don't really want to learn, without Haiti having independence, Africa would not have had independence. A lot of people don't really make the link. So, you know, Haiti should not be in the situation that it is if people did things properly. And this kind of situation is on Africans' failure. And the only way to actually resurrect it is to actually have Haiti. I know this may be a bit foolhardy to have Haiti in the AU as a first step, and from then on to actually, you know, change things, because I don't think that it's going to change. It's going to come within, personally, because I think it's too far gone. The elite is too far corrupt, and the US has got its foot up Haiti's arse too much for us to, you know, for the people to do something. People has to come in, an army has to come in, you know, an African army has to come in, say we're gonna do this, and start over again. You know, they have to do. We have to do that, and I think that it's not gonna happen until, you know, Africa gets its act together. And I think from a Pan-African perspective, and this is where people clash with the ADOS, is that you cannot say that you're gonna have a nation or people that are gonna be great. For example, the Black Americans be great when your home is trash. And as much as they don't want to link themselves to home, it doesn't happen. You know, like Chinese people had to go back and fix their home. You know what I'm saying? Everything starts from home. Your foundation starts from home. Ironically, it's a big continent, so it's very difficult to do it. But unless we do it, it's not going to happen. And, you know, for example, right now, I don't think there's ever going to be a time where the Caribbeans, the Jamaicans, the Bajans, the, you know, all the Black nations in the Caribbean can actually have a powerful army, and the US is going to say, okay, we're going to stand there and let you build this army while we have this doctrine, which basically says we prevent you from building anything powerful.
Yep.
You're going to have an external power come in and say, we support them. You understand? And you know, it's not going to happen. And unfortunately, Haiti's failure is Black people's failure. And that's the simple point. People don't want to say it because they don't want to associate of Haiti, but Haiti's my failure. You know, it's everybody's failure. And the only way it's going to solve is if we actually fix things in that nation.
I have a question, brother. I have a question. Yeah. The French bring a bunch of different groups of African people off the continent of Africa. Yes. They dump them in a place called Santo Domingo, called Haiti today. Dump them in that place. They install all the so-called French structures or ideas of what a society is supposed to be to a group of people that won't know nothing about it. But it's Africa failure. Africa ain't create that problem. The French create that problem. Slavery create, whatever you want to call it. Now I know people get suck their teeth and say, well, we can't go back that far. But the problem was not created by the people who live there currently. You know what I mean? And the problem wasn't created by where they come from either. So for me to sit down and say, well, it's completely African fault or failure, I don't know. Like I said, I take a different view. I take a different view of that. But I also believe, like what you were saying earlier, we do need to form greater links and ties with the mother country, continent, and try to see if we could work out our problems, at least clean up their mess. Because that is not African people mess. That is not African people mess. They ain't create that mess. We have
I agree.
to clean up, but not in our mess.
I agree. In the chat, the learning curve says a people that does not hold their elite accountable can be enslaved by any other group. She goes on to say, our elite wants to transcend their blackness. Our elite wants to transcend their blackness. I think we had a good conversation there about that. We could continue that conversation in the chat, in the comment section after the show posts. So make sure you guys post your comments and check in. Ketter says a black powerful nation or hegemon would prevent this. A black powerful nation could prevent a lot of what's going on. That's why I always talk about. We gotta work towards building a backing, like a nation that has our back wherever we go, wherever we are. You understand? People have to be afraid to do anything towards us, like any kind of molestation, be it economic, political, military, etc. I want to move on to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 6. Topic number 6 tonight says, pastor jailed for defraud in Miami Dade County is vastly different to how a white pastor who defrauded a family was treated. Let me read that again. Pastor jailed for defraud in Miami Dade County is vastly different to how a white pastor who defrauded a family was treated. Reference to the 1/29/22 show. Yeah, so we talked about this guy, a white guy. Was that 129 or was that last week? We talked about this white pastor who defrauded, who basically took, if I'm not mistaken, who took advantage of an older lady, taking all her possessions, and the children were complaining. This prompt came with a link. Let's check it out.
Now, a well-known pastor facing a judge today accused of using his position to prey on the elderly.
And tonight we're hearing from one of his alleged victims. So let's go to Local 10's Terrell Forney, live in Miami Gardens with the details for us tonight. Terrell.
And that victim, a 76-year-old man who came to know that pastor as he led this church here in Miami Gardens. But tonight that pastor is under arrest, charged with 5 different felony counts, including exploitation, organized scheme to defraud, and grand theft. Pastor Eric Redden is now a jail inmate.
I'm happy that Pastor Redden has been taken into custody.
76-year-old Edward Fuller has waited years for this day, accusing the pastor of grand theft.
Over $267,000, Your Honor, but it was the man's entire life savings in his entire home.
Redden, who was handcuffed as he faced a judge Tuesday, is the pastor at the New Beginning Missionary Baptist Church in Miami Gardens. Prosecutors say he stole the retired senior citizen's dream home by tricking him into signing a quitclaim deed under a corporation tied to the church. Fuller thought he was just getting a loan for home improvements.
You think about a man of faith, and then you think you're dealing with a man of God. And no one like that would ever do anything, wouldn't be a fraudster. So there might have been an extra built-in vulnerability for Mr. Fuller.
Personal problem with just the way my life has been going since this man did what he did to me.
Local 10 has been covering the accusations and speaking with alleged victims since 2017.
Nothing to say.
Redden has consistently dodged our questions and even filed a $50 million defamation suit against our parent company, WPLG, which was later thrown out of court. After selling Fuller's home, investigators say the pastor duped a newly married couple out of $3,000 more in a fraudulent rent-to-buy scheme for that same property.
He really deserves what he's getting now because he caused a lot of pressure and a lot of pain on myself.
And tonight, Pastor Eric Redden remains in jail. In fact, there is a temporary hold preventing his release. The court at this point, they want to make sure that any of those alleged stolen funds are not used for any potential bail money. Reporting live from Miami Gardens, I'm Terrell Forney, Local 10.
So yeah, so what do you guys think about Niles Barkley here, pastor, defrauding folks here? Let's start with Kevin Carey.
That religion make you stupid, man. You should know for that. I understand he's an elder, but at some point you gotta get a lawyer to look at these documents.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you may look at what you may look. It may look reasonable to you, but there's some language in there that you will never understand because it's lawyer language. You gotta get your lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
But that religion, man, it kills our people's minds, man.
Zuli, what say you?
I don't think that's even a fair comparison between the white. Let's stop the bullshit. The white pastor that we spoke about actually paid the lady's bill and all of that shit. This black person nigga right there is a trash. Okay? Oh, so what? Like, why are we defending? I don't understand this. The difference between the way they treat it and this is not your court. You didn't write it, so they're supposed to treat you like this. And then you were stealing from your own people.
Yep.
Under the guise of Jesus Christ, meaning that not only you're a piece of shit, the Bible says you're not supposed to steal. You stole, being a hypocrite, and then now somebody want to say, "Oh, you should have been treated like the same." I don't care what happened to you, bro. And in all reality, the other pastor was paying the lady's bill. Yes, he did. He did something. Oh, here's the body. Yeah, but this guy stole a house and was doing worse than what this guy did. How could we compare the two?
Right.
So,
D-Web, what say you to this?
Yeah, I agree with Azuli, man. It's not really a fair comparison, man. You talking about a old lady dying and signing over her will to the people she thought, you know, and we know that her family had problems and all that. If we go back to the other prompt. And honestly, I don't like comparing cases anyway, particularly if you're dealing with different jurisdictions, you're dealing with different judges, you're different laws in some areas. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, like you said, he defrauded another black man. Fuck him. Like, get the same prosecutor on Tariq Nasheed fraud ass. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. You know what I mean? Like, I have no problem with what's going on. And like I said, I don't even think comparison is even in the same like universe. You know what I'm saying? Like this dude, and he got multiple cases of this. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, go ahead and lock Niles Barkley up, bro.
Let me hear from Mr. Untouchable this time. Mr. Untouchable, see you.
Coco, for me, you know, I a little bit partial to the pastor man because I enjoy the hustle of it. I really enjoy it. I mean, he is a nigga, like, and he shouldn't steal from older people. That's wrong. But I enjoy the hustle of it, man. These guys, they come up with all kind of ridiculous schemes to con their people, man. But they, what is P.T. Barnum used to say? A sucker is born every minute.
Yep.
And if you, oh my goodness, man, if you will willingly give over money or for some fanciful, fantastic, you know what I mean, you gonna get it after you die kind of situation, man. I mean, I can't be so hard on them. people are gullible, and to the extent of their gullibility, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy what people are investing and put their money in. But if they willing to do it, man, he ain't all at fault. Let me put it like that. I know he's a nigga, you know what I mean? He could do nigga shit, but he ain't all at fault. You know, he had some help. And nobody want to talk about his help because there are people who are willing, to keep their pastor in fine clothes, nice cars, big houses. They're willing to fund that regardless of all the evidence. There will be people who still support him when he get out of jail. I could promise you that.
You know, he'll just blame it on the devil.
Maybe he could say they lying.
Yep. Before we go to Achieve Mindset, in the chat, the learning curve says the difference is that these people are still alive. Other people groups don't leave witnesses. Ain't that the truth? We talked about one of those people groups earlier tonight. KW Don 7 is here. KW Don 7 says another pastor, pork chop preacher, con man. Keita is thinking like I was thinking. He says, another scammer within the race. We've got so many of these, shaking my head. Pro-Black perspective, that's all he to say. He says he sued the news company for $50 million. Did he sue the news company or their parent company or whatever? But yeah, but either way, yeah, he sued them. The Learning Curve said, to be fair, we suppose that the other guy was using her money to pay her bills, meaning the old lady that died. He was an administrator. This guy is just a crook trying to get over on folks. These guys make lots of money. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says LOL to the prompt. The Learning Curve also says Kwame Kilpatrick is an example, disgraced mayor, now a preacher. He got pardoned under Trump, right? Did Kilpatrick get pardoned under Trump?
Yeah, Trump pardoned him.
Okay. Achieve Mindset. We'll take it to you now. What say you to this?
This man right here, man, he's one of the reasons why our race is where it is right now, because people like him, in the position that he's supposed to be in, a spiritual position, he's not helping our people elevate. Granted, Christianity may not be the way, but he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing. And you know, it's not something that shocks me, because in Africa, something like this does happen. You know, people will sell off their property to follow the pastor who is, you know, the newest pastor. By the time it comes, they've lost all their property and wealth, nothing for their children. They go back to living in a village. Some of these parents, some of these women, you know, sadly might go mad or die early, and then nobody's taking care of their children. God have mercy on their children's soul. Because if you die before you can take care of your child, nobody's taking care of your child. But these pastors do it again and again, keep recycling it. It's lucky to see this example in the US, because they got a system of court that can at least defend some people. But in Africa, nobody's defending you. And you know, it's these kind of examples that you look at it, and it's quite funny what he's doing, but he knows exactly what he's doing. And the fact that he's doing to so many people begs the question that he had to learn from someone, right? He had to learn from another pastor who's a crook, who taught him the ways to do it, and he did it. And he probably taught his deacons and his deaconesses how to do it. So he's probably breeded an army of scammers within our culture, within our people. And unfortunately, because we don't have a proper system within our race, we can't eliminate them. And I guarantee you, someone's going to find another way to do the same thing he's doing close to him, and he's going to be able to, you know, keep it under wraps. And I said that's the most difficult thing to do, because when you watch the video, he doesn't seem like he has any remorse. So I think he's an expert in doing this. You know, he's not trying to hide. He's not trying to. He's just laughing it off, and it's very bad. He's cold-hearted.
Ultimately, though, I feel the question becomes, where is your common sense? Where is your ability to reason? Religion aside, any grown person, and not mine, he seems to be old enough to know better. He don't seem to be so old that he could be taken advantage of mentally. So that's why he went to court about it, you know. But before even going to court, I would ask him, bro, where's your common sense? You know, if I'm signing off on any document, first of all, I can scrutinize it. In particular, to have to do with something like a high price item having to do with my home. You know what I mean? Where's your common sense, bro? Where's your ability to reason? You mean to tell me because this man says that he is an agent of God, I gonna forget all my common senses? Come on, man. Like I say, he's having assistance in the shit he is doing, particularly by the people who supporting him.
Let me ask this question. Let's talk about the pastor a little bit more, and the whole concept of scamming and preying on your own people. Is that due to like a rugged individualism? What's really the mindset you guys think that creates this kind of monster in our society? Let's start with Kari for this one.
Remember, I forgot who said it. I think Matrion said it many podcasts ago. Why Al Sharpton is doing what he's doing. He's like, yo, I can't win with these Negroes. I might as well get the bag now while I can. You know?
Right. Razuli, what say you?
A scammer is just a coward that can't fight the system for oppressing it. Instead, he chooses to live and oppress people who are lower than him. So it's like I'm gonna say this: a fisherman throws a bait in the water, and people be like, "Oh, the fish is stupid." But if the fish was programmed to see something that looks like a fish and eat it, how could we say the fish is stupid and it's not the fisherman that's an asshole? So what I'm saying is this: if this older man believe in Christ or believe in the Lord, and the man is coming with a Bible that says you're supposed to help each other, that's supposed to do all of this, and this man is using the Bible, which is like the bait to sucker people in. I understand he's an older, well, yeah, he should know better, but sometimes the sickness is the scammer, bro. He's the piece of shit. A scammer, people like that are like, yo, you can't fight. It's like the husband who goes to work and the boss is shitting on him. He come home and he shits on his wife and his children. You can't fight the boss. So the scammer knows this shit is fucked up, is messed up in the world. So he's not gonna go scam the white people because he know they probably would have caught him 2 days into his scamming.
It reminds me. I'm sorry, but it reminds me of like this joke I used to tell my friends. It's like the guy who's walking through the hood. He's looking like a victim. Even the lightest dude, right? The softest dude. If given the opportunity, will rob this guy walking through the area looking like a victim. Sometimes it's just the people create the scammer, is what I think Azuli is saying. Because we're gullible, because we're not diligent, right, in minding our matters and controlling our lives, others will take advantage. Right? D-Well, what say you?
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna tell a story, yo, because what you just said right there kind of reminds me of something, right?
Okay.
I was working a job, right? I had to be there at like 6, 7 in the morning, right? So I had to take a bus. I didn't have a car at the time, right? I had to take this bus to get to this job very early in the morning, you know. And people know that, like, a lot of people, when they're trying to rob people, they target the people that's going around early morning hours. They know they're going to a job. They know you have a job. They know you have some money. You definitely have some money to get on the bus. Wasn't like those passes at that time or whatever, right? So I'm walking to this bus stop and this guy's trailing me out. I see him at the corner of my eye, you know, hoodie on, trailing me, right? At the time, that's when we had these Nokia cell phones, man. I hop on the cell phone and I just start talking crazy. I'm not even on the phone. I just got the phone in my ear, right? So I'm just like, man, I had to pull the gun out on this dude the other day, you know, blah, 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 talking crazy, right? Talking real big stuff. The guy trails off about a block after that. You know what I'm saying? My street sense kicked in, which is just a synonym for common sense. The problem with religion is it makes you devoid of that common sense. You lose that natural inclination to employ this street sense, right? And take stock of your, you know, and vet people properly and take stock of your surroundings and what these people might be doing, right? So I don't necessarily think it's rugged individual is the problem. I think like it's scammers. You know, scammers have existed forever too. It's not like this is a recent phenomenon. You had snake oil salesmen. That's what it come from, you know, back in the day when you lived in communal areas, right? And what's more communal than a damn church? You know what I'm saying? What's more communal than a church family? So it's not necessarily rugged. It's who you surround yourself with and who you looking up to. And when you deify these people, right? Because the head of the church, this pastor, he's not supposed to be this father figure to you. He's supposed to be help you go about your religious journey. But what's happened, they even call him like the pastor and the first lady now. Now you're in a hierarchy. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's more so the surroundings, the church environment just gives these scammers a very easy target, man. You got all these trusting people in one area, yo. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. That's why a lot of people go from pimping to the pulpit.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I see in this one.
In the chat, the pro-black perspective says, reminds me of that moron kid who gave his inheritance to Brother Polite. He goes on to say, some black folk dumb. I think the mindset is DAN. So that DAN is from, if you've been following the pro-black perspective, Sundays, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, he's been doing this segment on the enemies within. And one of the categories is BAN, which stands for bitch ass nice person. And again, if you follow the show, you know exactly what it really means, right? So tune into the pro-black perspective tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, to learn more about it. So he says, I think mindset is DAN, which is dumbass Negro, right? The pro-black perspective says, I heard Tariq is working on a Maroon documentary right now, and dumbass Negroes are looking to be featured among the conscious community. I saw someone complaining about the elders there. That's also how Tariq is able to do what he does. He gets this cosign from folks in the community, KRS-One and this and that Bay and Polite and et cetera, et cetera. So he gets these people, Kaba Kameen, James Smalls, etc. Lero says, religious opinions aside, he's scamming his people and it's foul. I agree. She says, if it was saltines, I wouldn't care, but not your own. And that's the thing. We see saltines, they gonna get taken. That's where we got to tighten up in black society. But D-Web made a good point. He's going in a place where you have the kind of people who will be gotten, right? They've been gotten already just by calling themselves, religious. Pro-black perspective says, dude was a pastor. He knew Christianity was a scam. Yeah, he followed the playbook. The pro-black perspective also says, D-Web is right about that. I saw some kid without common sense getting followed, and he walked off to a side street by himself. Feel bad for the kid, but you need street sense. So that means only didn't help that kid, not one damn bit. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this prompt?
No, I feel like I know where Negroes will draw the line and have common sense. Because a pastor could take Bible in hand and knock on a man's house, and he may get some money, and he may even get his home. The Christian guy may even give the pastor his home. But if the pastor comes to his house, sits down with a Bible, and says, I have the vision from God. See, you and your wife don't have children, but God told me in a dream that if I sleep with your wife, you will be able to have a child. That's the way that he'll draw the line right there. He'll go upstairs and get his shotgun. It'll automatically click it. You know what I mean? It's like he'll catch sense then. I think that's the point where a man would probably start to use his common sense. You know what I mean? It's because he ain't gonna allow that shit to happen. And I think that he should use that common sense with other things as well. I don't know why is it that religious people, spiritual people, it seemed that they decide to put down logic, put down reason when it comes to matters of spirituality. And we get into this idea, this supernatural behavior that we have to engage in. It's a fascinating thing, but I feel like it is very harmful for our community.
So is the scammer his own creation, or do we create the scammer because people just see the opportunity?
The scammer, and we don't like to admit this, but the scammer has help. Our community, we love to be entertained, and to some extent, we like to be lied to as well. We like to be told a good story. And as long as you could tell us a good story that makes us feel good, we are willing to give you almost anything.
Bobby Wright in the chat says, it was Reverend Ike. When I was growing up, the pro-black perspective responded to my little jab that he said. I was with my son, not trying to fight no gang because some high schooler don't pay attention to school. I feel you, brother. I get you. Razuli, I'll give you the last word on this prompt. Well, hold on. Did I achieve mindset? His thoughts yet?
Yeah, mindset. Yeah, but I could add a bit more.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I just think at the end of the day, what gives rise to the scammer is the love of individualism, individual material gain. The capitalist system gives rise to the scammer. And people, when you see somebody pull up with a Lamborghini, everybody sweats him. They don't care how he got it. He got it. So we all take part. I'm not saying us, but the society takes part of the scammer too, because we value materialism. So the scammer values materialism to make his life easier, to get the girls, to get all of that. So I don't know, man.
Okay, now we go to cheap mindset. Cheap mindset, you get the last word now.
What I want to say is that, you know, the individual the pastor who scammed, you know, our people, we have to understand that he created himself, but we allowed him to exist in our community. And, you know, individual capitalism, you know, us not taking care of each other, he's a creation of our own people. Largely, you know, our community created the kind of beast that he is, in a sense, because, you know, if we had a proper system, we can root these kind of people out from the beginning. You know, like I forgot there's a gentleman that said that, you know, if it was Muzungus, they would have caught him on the second day. We don't have that kind of system. So this kind of person feast and always, you know, prey on the elderly. So we just need to develop these systems and actually, you know, root out these traitors, and we'll be it.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you, gentlemen, for your insight in the chat. The Learning Curve says all lucrative industry is funded by a good story. The information does not have to be relevant. That's, you know, wow. That's a good point. If you watch the show Shark Tank, I used to be a big fan of it back in the day. All that's about is who can tell a compelling story, you know, to get funded. So the matron is actually correct. You know, most of these industries is about storytelling. Go ahead.
Just to add this, you know, what she's saying is correct to blockchain as well. You know, many people talking about blockchain, how blockchain is going to revolutionize the world, but people don't realize that. People want to say that, you know, some even black nationalists talk about, you know, blockchain can be used in Africa, but the problem people don't seem to understand is that you go from Wazungu's national system of having dollar ruling the world to having Ethereum, which is still made by Wazungu. So you're not moving the needle anywhere, you know. So it's like, but it has a good story. You know, you're gonna get out of the dollar. You're gonna, you know, we're gonna have more of our own. But all these good stories doesn't really address the fundamental problem. And anything with a good story, people just give away their lives, their money, everything for it. You know, it's like a meme. Take my money. You know, here's my money. Take it. And yeah, every good story, you know, has that.
And some of the best stories are side stories, by the way. We love a side story too. Going to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is, this is why African-centered education is key. And building our own educational facilities and institutions. We cannot keep going to the enemy. We cannot keep letting things like this happen. So what is this about? Let's take a look. Now I got to read. New York Post says, Purdue University probes white cops' actions during violent arrests of black students. So we see a picture of Officer John Selke was recorded pushing the head of Purdue University students Adonis Tuggle into the snow. Purdue University police are reviewing a white cop's actions after video emerged of him repeatedly punching a black student and pushing his head into the snow during an arrest. Adonis Tuggle, age 24, posted the footage captured February 4th by a woman claiming to be his girlfriend, the Journal and Courier reported. There's a quote here: "Stop, you're hitting me. Stop, you're hurting me. You've been disrespectful the whole time, bro. You're choking me," he says in the viral clip recorded at the school in West Lafayette, Indiana. University Police Captain Song Kang the Conqueror, I guess, told a news outlet that officers were called to the scene at about 8:20 p.m. by someone who said it appeared a woman was being held against her will. When Officer John Selke arrived, he separated Tuggle and the woman, but the student then refused to cooperate with his orders, Kang said, according to the outlet. The video shows the officer calling for backup as he orders the woman shooting the footage to move away. After she apparently touches him, he warns her that if she makes contact again, he'll tase her. So let's watch this video here.
Stop! Get off of him! Get off of him! You're on video. You are on video. You're punching me. You're hurting him. Stop! You are hurting him. You're hurting me. You get off of him. You're on video.
People here now, please.
Please. You are on video. I'm Adonis. I can't do anything.
Please call 911. No, please.
You're hurting him. You're hurting him. Can you take your elbow off his fucking neck?
You've been disrespectful this whole time.
Take your elbow off his neck.
Please get off.
Take your elbow,
ma'am. I told you not to.
Huh?
Touch me again and I will tase you. Stop.
You'll tase me. What am I doing to you? I have this on video. I'm trying to get your elbow off my boyfriend's neck.
You're choking me.
You're choking him.
You're choking me.
Yo.
I swear to God.
Get your elbow off his neck. Get your elbow on the help. He's on his neck. Please help. This officer won't get off his neck. He's taking it too far. He's on it.
Okay. This is going to be interesting. So, again, the prompt says, this is why African-centered education is key in building our own educational facilities and institutions. We cannot keep going to the enemy. We cannot keep letting things like this happen. I think I needed to read more there. Please help. This officer won't get off his neck. He's taking it too far, she yells. Tuggle was later booked into the Tippecanoe County Jail on suspicion of resisting law enforcement. He was released after posting $250 in bond. In a statement, Police Chief John Cox wrote, Purdue University Police became aware Friday night, February 4th, of an incident that occurred that evening involving a Purdue police officer who responded to an urgent call from a third party following our See Something, Say Something campus safety guidance. So again, this is this Negro here being accosted. The caller stated that it appeared a woman was being held against her will near Horticulture Drive, he continued. Anytime a PUPD officer uses force in connection with an arrest, the department conducts an internal review. PUPD commenced that review, led by Deputy Chief Leslie White, immediately upon receiving the officer's report on Friday night. The investigation will, under PUPD general orders, include input from all witnesses to the arrest and take into account all available evidence, including video from officers, body-worn cameras, and statements from the students involved. No physical injuries were suffered in the incident, the chief added. The Purdue Graduate Student Government expressed its support for Tuggle, saying, we condemn all police violence that disproportionately harms Black communities. We stand with Adonis Tuggle. We open our arms in solidarity with our fellow Boilermaker and vow to increase awareness around this incident. Advocate and provide help and support, it added. So this is him looking like a lady with her dog there. But let's take it to the panel. Again, the prompt is, this is why African-centered education is key. Building our own educational facilities and institutions. We cannot keep going to the enemy. We cannot keep letting things like this happen. Let's start with the Chief Mindset. Chief Mindset, do you think that this is an astute example of why we need African-centered education, educational facilities and institutions?
Well, yes, because, first of all, they're not going to do anything much to the man.
Mm-hmm.
He is he could say he's resisted arrest, but the reason, this goes back to, I think, one of the shoot the breezes we talked about, I think, Howard University, the lack of control and the lack of, having an African-centered education. You have this African-centered education, that whole area becomes controlled by Africans. So you walking home to your campus, your education, everything, your enjoyment, all those facilities is governed by Africans. So you don't need to feel fear. You know who the enemies are. You know who you look out for. And this is a prime example. But whether that gentleman has got it in his head, that's what we need at the end of his traumatic event. We will never know. But I feel like these examples are always being made, but nobody's connecting the dots, especially mainstream media or in Twitter or any of these places, because people have accepted their status quo that we don't build anything. And I think that's the sad thing. And when you look at a gentleman and he's got his dog there, it's funny that he didn't bring his dog out to protect him. He probably had his dog at home in a blanket. You know what I mean? If you're gonna have a dog, especially in this kind of late at night, you need to bring it out to protect you. And I guarantee if you had a dog there, the police would actually talk to him instead of actually trying to arrest him if it was any serious arrest. You know what I'm saying? So it's quite funny. It's a sad thing. He could have lost his life, but the main point of this prompt is not really about him, it's about education. And if you have an education system, you would have an education that teaches you how to deal with law enforcement, how to talk to them, how to disarm them, and also how to protect yourself. And that's something that, a lot of these black males need in their lives.
I saw D-Web on Twitter earlier this week post his dog. But before we go to D-Web, let me hear from Razuli real quick.
This is gonna sound harsh. Yo, bro, what kind of man are you, man? You can't defend yourself, bro. So what? He's a cop, man. Defend your fucking self. Like, I can't watch shit like that.
You just can't lay there and die.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Defend yourself and deal with the consequences. At the end of the day, the cop is wrong. And again, somebody called and said a Caucasian woman was being held by, and did he overreact? No, he's protecting his woman. Even though that's not his woman.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I felt like my bro, he help, what? And again, I don't know if those stories are true, or I don't know if those stories are there to program us to fear them. Like, I don't understand. The woman is there, oh, I can't do nothing. So you're just gonna let them kill your, like, this is how strange, this is how programmed and how weak people are, that nobody could push this cop off this guy. He's a cop in a college.
Yep.
His woman is not doing anything, and people are gonna say, well, if he did it, a black woman, the black girl wouldn't do shit either.
Wait, it's a college cop or is it a real police officer like with gun?
I think it's a college cop, but maybe he might.
Oh man, he's a fool, man.
Yeah, Purdue University Police.
Yep.
Oh man, he's an idiot, man. Nah, man. He should. Oh no.
That's what I'm saying. You go all out.
He doesn't have a gun, does he? He doesn't have a gun.
He might have a gun. Some cops do, but at the end of the day, he's a college dude. This is your life.
Yep.
And you look like you're stronger than him. You look like you ain't shit, and you letting this happen. This is a disgrace, man. Like, and I couldn't even. I started watching this. I had to mute this, man, because this type of video affects black boys, black men all over the world.
But just real quickly, I think in the story when they said people reported the cop was abusing a woman, I think they thought this was a woman on the ground. By the way, unless I read that wrong, I felt like they thought that this was a woman from the distance or something. They thought it was a woman being abused on the ground here.
No, they said that a guy was holding his girlfriend hostage. Then the cop showed up.
But then, okay. All right.
The question is, again, how do you see a black man with a white woman and automatically think is holding somebody hostage? Well, I don't know. Maybe he was holding her, maybe whatever. But at the end of the day, I'm looking at this guy just laid there crying like a girl. Help me, Colin. Where's your manhood, bro?
Can I add something quickly? Because now you've said that, it's actually very good, right? And you have to realize that, you know what? We need to give credit where credit is due. You understand, right? There was Zungus. There was no call of him kidnapping. The Zungus did that to show him that you cannot date our women. You know what I'm saying? She's ours. She's our property.
I agree.
That's what they did that for. And I guarantee you that if this dude doesn't have the sense to end that relationship, he's gonna take his life. And I think that, you know what, people need to start protecting their other, counterparts. You know what I'm saying? Especially our females. We need to do the same thing. You date one of our own, will cause you a lot of hell until you let go. I don't feel like what is happening here, especially, like we've seen this before, where somebody's called the police, said, oh, in this building, somebody's held somebody's hostage or somebody is raping this girl, and you find out that they're actually dating. Why are people doing that? Because they're telling you that, look, you cannot touch our women. It's not going to tell you in public, but it's making you feel like you have to leave the woman. And, it's people could say, well, something wrong with that. Cool, if you believe that, but I'm not going to risk my life for those type of women. We've got our own. You know what I'm saying? Stick to your own. But if you don't learn, you're going to feel. And he's feeling right now in the snow, in all the dirt. You understand? And that's what's happened. Someone needs to get to him and tell him, yo, now you felt it, leave it alone and move on. You're in university to learn, to help build a race, not to fondle around. And that's why African certification is key. It adds to it. If you had our system, you will learn what not to do and what to do. And that's also important. Sorry, continue.
It's all right. Real quick, in the chat, the pro-black perspective said, I thought the same thing. BMP, Bitter Medicine Podcast. Yeah, I thought they were saying, I thought people mistook this dude getting manhandled in the snow because he has long hair, locks and stuff. I thought people thought he was a woman. Kedar is laughing. To go back up a little bit in the chat. Hold on, let me find it. The learning curve says the full 8-8, talking about Adolf Hitler. The optics on this is to make sure that women are seen as the saviors of our men. Yeah, when I was watching it, I was thinking Richard Spencer and Adolf Hitler. This guy looks like the two of them. Kidder says, hysterical white woman. What he doing with her anyway? Shaking his head. Lero says, never supporting state apparatus harming our people, but seems like this started from his altercation with the white girl. Gotta stay away from the snow buddies, fellas. Kidder says, so true to Lero. KW Dawn 7 asks a question. Was he a swirler? I think he was indeed. Lero says, but this situation is deeper than just African-centered education. It's your objective reality living in America. Our schools would be policed just as much and have been. Yeah, I agree with that too. African-centered education is definitely important, but if it's still in this man's nation where he can send his cops in, you still have much of the same problems. The learning curve said we need our own society that allows us to have as little contact with them as possible. This is why we need a nation. Our people do not have a strong nation backing us up. I agree. The pro-black perspective says, get off me, you're choking me. That's a quote by a BAN, a bitch-ass Negro. Lero says they definitely could have done more to the officer, though. Take the consequences. Him and her should have rolled down on him, especially if your life was on the line. Die on your feet or your knees. Pro-black perspective says, I thought the same. The learning curve says to take care of all their own. They take care of all their own. They don't do this. Pro-black perspective says that dude doubling down on WW, on white woman. She recorded and complained. Meh. The learning curve says this is the biological fact. That's why all the anti-black man woman issues are a problem. I agree with that as well. Kevin Carrera, let's hear from you on this prompt. What say you?
Yeah, you said what I said. I wanted to say. Look at that still image, just like Adolf Hitler choking this guy. That's what I saw first. But
right.
What are you doing at that? I don't know why black people are going to these colleges. Although we know the HBCU, they're not really fully owned by black people, but you're on your own people. But that's why I'm happy with what Deion Sanders is doing. He's bringing in all these top stars to the HBCU.
Yeah. D-Web, what say you to this?
I'm probably gonna be a little contrarian with my shit, but whatever.
I saw your responses on Twitter too. So
Yeah. First and foremost, I'm always like, I want to see what happens leading up to this situation, yo. First and foremost, you don't see no context of what led up to this. Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, we go to extreme. What if we grab that white man dick? You don't know what happened prior to what happened, right? Man, like, I hate when I see 10-second clips. I don't see what happened beforehand. You know what I mean? I want to see everything, right? But then, like, I go to the white girlfriend screeching instead of pulling this dude. Yo, if you think he killing your man in front of you, why is your camera out? That phone's supposed to be upside his head, bro. Like what is you doing? You screeching about he killing your boyfriend while you standing there recording his last moments. You feel me? What the hell is that? Hit him with a snowball. Do something. You feel me? What's going on here? And like I was saying to the issue of the prompt, yo, you can have the most advanced. I said this on Twitter. You can have the most advanced, well-funded, college in the world, and you're still gonna have their ice is colder syndrome, bro. It's still gonna be some people who appreciate going to that white school and think it's better. You know, I seen something the other day where a sister was going off on a black business. That's why we can't support these black. I went to a black business. I got bad service. So now let me bash every single black business in the world. Meanwhile, you probably went to McDonald's 55 million times and had shitty service. You ain't bashing all white businesses, right? Some of these Negroes cannot be saved, yo. They are going to go to the white man's school because they've been taught and they've been indoctrinated that this is the better institution. We got to start separating yourselves, man. Stop trying to save every Negro. You know what I'm saying? You got to stop it because you're going to lead yourself to self-destruction. You need to build within. You need to go on the micro level and build with people that think like you. Finally, it's like at the end of the day too, bro, go home. You feel me? I know it might seem like it might be degrading to bow to this dude and do what he's go home, get a lawyer, sue these cats if you need to. Do what you got to do. This is Captain Police. This is not even real. This is a glorified rent-a-cop. You feel me? You go to Purdue. Somebody got some money in your family. You got a white girlfriend, you go to Purdue. Somebody got some bread. Sue these people, man. You feel me? Do what you got to do, but go home at the end of the day. Why are you sitting there? And finally, man, like I think somebody said it, like, stop being a bitch. Like, learn some martial arts, my dude. Yeah, you in a position right now where you could easily buck this dude off if you know what the hell you doing. Yeah, easily buck this dude in the position you in. Matter of fact, he can't even choke you out and really in that position you're in.
Yeah, because he ain't pushing back against. He has nothing at his back. Yeah.
He uses all weight in a forward position. You can easily buck this dude off, particularly if he's leaning forward. You know what I'm saying? Learn a martial art. This is easy, bro. This is easy peasy 1, 2. And like I said, he couldn't even really been choked out from that position.
Yeah, he could have shrimp and bridged him.
Yeah, in that position. So it's like it's this entire situation, some bitch shit to me, yo. So that's why I didn't even prescribe to this. And like I said, going back to the original prompt, to me, it doesn't have anything with African-centered education because you can have the best African-centered education in the best institution in the United States sitting there waiting for you to go to it. And some of these people still want to go to Purdue. They'll still want to go to Harvard. They still want to go to Yale. They still want to go to MIT. You feel me? It don't matter. So these type of people, they kind of throw away, man. And I hate to devalue life like that. But if you sit there and trying to save everybody, what Bill Cosby say? The quickest way to failure is try to, appease everyone. Yep. Yeah.
Hey, D-Web, you also heard, remember I said this is been a week of anger, right? Did you see that video of what happened in New Jersey? Where that black kid fighting that white kid, and the cops came, pushed the white kid on the seat, and they put her foot on his neck.
Yeah, I saw that. He seemed kind of like racially, he seemed like mixed or something to me too as well. But like I said, man, you know what you're dealing with when you deal with these cops, man. It is what it is. Go home. Make sure you get to the crib. I understand you want to fight and you want to make sure you go home, man, and do what you have to do. Get some lawyers, man. Get somebody. And it kills me when all these people record you getting your ass beat. It won't do nothing. It's almost like the Floyd incident. It's like you got 6-7 people recording you dying, recording you get your ass beat. Well, nobody pulled a damn cop off you. Mm-hmm. What the hell is that? It's nuts to me, yo.
I saw some promise a couple of months ago. There was a video from Washington where these cops are beating this brother up, right? They have him bent over the fence and they're punching him. And the brother's neighbors started taking the trash cans and throwing at the cops. And you know what happened? There was fear in all those cops. The cops started backing off.
Yeah, that's common, yo. It's certain. I'm like from Chicago, man. It's certain projects the cops wouldn't even go in. They would call SWAT first because it was almost like a fortress. Yeah, they wouldn't even go in these places. They were scared. That's why they got rid of those projects. They try to say it's because it was terrible conditions and all that. No, it's because they were scared. They were scared. There was like fortresses in there, man, and mazes, man. I've seen some crazy stuff. People go through one door, come out another door. You be like, what the hell's going on? They were scared to go in these places. That's why those places are gone now. It wasn't so terrible living conditions. It can't be no worse than what they sending them to now in these Section 8 areas. You feel me? But yeah, they fear the people, man. We have to take our power, man.
Mr. Untouchable, we haven't heard from you yet, but before you say your piece, and I'm going to give you time, in the chat, the pro-black perspective says that dude doubling down on white woman, she recorded and complained. Man. Lero says, talk to him, D-Web. Pro-black perspective says that screech was something else. It's like a banshee. Lero says, almost worse than the cackling you do. Only to say. The pro-black perspective says, added to pass me incident for tomorrow. So tell us again what the pass means are. I forgot already. What's the pass means? The pro-black perspective says he wasn't getting choked. That's why overseer didn't care. The pro-black perspective says, I wouldn't hire that loser getting choked. I'm glad there's a recording. Mr. Untouchable, hearing all these different opinions and whatnot, what say you?
I agree with D-Web. You know, I'm not in a situation where I'm trying to save every Negro. But these Negroes who they be snow bunnies forget the fact that they have to deal with the polar bears too. And the polar bears have consequences. They forget that sometimes. And if this brother, because he was screaming preference, I don't see color. Well, you know, like I say, you know, dealing with snow bunnies, you have to have you can deal with polar bear consequences. And I think that's what we forget from time to time. But he's made his decision. You know, in the great words of Neely Fuller, you know, when a race soldier stops you, there are 3 things you don't do. Don't fuss, don't fight, and don't flee. You know what I mean? You want to go home. You don't have no street side interrogations where you getting beat up and all this nonsense or whatever. I think one of the biggest fears from all these videos, what I have seen is black men in their encounters with police officers. There's this fear in going to jail. Yeah. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's the worst thing in the world that could happen to you, more so than death. Because these guys have guns on them. They could kill you on the street side of the road when you resist and pretend, well, I was in fear of my life. So they would rather than let me put you in handcuffs, let me detain you for a certain amount of time. You'll get out of jail. You're not going to be in there for a day or more than 2 days, 3 days. You know, the Constitution wouldn't allow that. And then let the time pass and get out, and you have your life and everything else. But when you get into these struggles of resistance and being combative, you know, you're giving him reasons to do certain things. But what I find interesting in this video, though, is that this is on the New York Post, you know, website. And the New York Post will post videos like this, where a black man is being completely dominated. Yeah. But they will never show the alternative. They will never show a black man getting the best of a white policeman. You know what I mean? Because they're in the business of propaganda. You know, and the propaganda is we dominate and y'all are subordinate to us. That's what this video is showing me. And that's but I agree with D-Web. I am not in the business of saving all black people, man. You know what I mean? Some black folks are a lost cause, and it take me a long time to get to that conclusion, but I'm at that conclusion. You know what I mean? That's where I am.
Kevin Carre, you were saying something?
Yeah, I know their mindset. I used to freelance for them, actually. I know how that newspaper worked, man. And I can tell you this, too. They're on their last leg. Once that old man dies, that's it.
What old man?
Murdoch.
Oh, right. That's right. He owns that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Rupert Murdoch. Right.
Yeah, a lot of them guys in there, the editors, they were all from Australia.
The pro-black perspective in the chat says the white girl probably turned on by that video of getting black man set up. He says, ain't that the movie Get Out? You would think it's a movie at this point. But yeah, when what was that brother name in Atlanta? Rashad Brooks. When he died, you know, having fallen asleep in the drive-through, and the police will call, and he wrestles with one officer, and the taser falls to the ground, and he picks it up and all that stuff. Like, dude, you're supposed to survive that encounter. And when I said that in a rant, some folks didn't like it. But really, you're supposed to survive that encounter, right? And live to see another day and plan to do better. You know, but instead you out here wrestling with a dude, a cop, over a taser or something like that, and they lit him up. He took himself out the game. You know, achieve mindset. What say you? I mean, last words from me.
Yeah, there's nothing more I can add to this, man. And it's shameful, but you know, he needs to man up. He needs to man up. You know, don't. I think the brothers have all spoken. You know, telling the truth. I don't think there's nothing more that I can say. The movie Get Out is there. Warnings has been told. Don't deal with these people. You know what I mean? So that's. I mean, you know, think about this, right? What's to say that the woman's not even part of it to set him up to look that way?
Right. Right. That's absolutely true. Urzuli, do you have any last word on this? I guess not. Maybe Urzuli isn't even here right now. Oh, he wasn't here. Let's move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. Urzuli, when you can, join back the panel. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 tonight. This topic says, why are these incidents still happening today? It comes with a link. Oh, crap. Hold on. It comes with a link. Let me get it. Hopefully by that time, Urzuli would have returned. But here's the link that came with this topic.
Is now suing the Chase. Now to another lawsuit. A local black doctor is now suing the Chase Bank at First Colony branch in Sugar Land after she says she was discriminated against and denied service, all because of the color of her skin. Dr. Malika Mitchell Stewart says she had just finished her residency, and on December 18th, she went to Chase's First Colony Bank here to open an account and deposit a $16,000 signing bonus check from her new job at Valley Oaks Medical Group. Well, according to the lawsuit, staff members here at the bank asked peculiar questions about the validity of Dr. Mitchell Stewart's check and her employment as a doctor. The suit also states, quote, as soon as Dr. Mitchell Stewart showed employees at First Colony branch her check, they immediately treated her like a criminal. Now, Dr. Stewart says bank employees denied her services, saying the check was fraudulent.
It was a really unfortunate situation. They took my special moment away. You know, I felt like a criminal. I've never done anything wrong. You know, in order to get a Texas medical license or a medical license at all, you have to have a clean record. You have to go to school for so many years, and they just didn't care. They didn't respect that. They didn't respect my credentials. They didn't respect anything. And I shouldn't have even been asked so many questions about my age, about what I did for a living to open a bank account with Chase.
Dr. Mitchell Stewart showed proof of identification. She showed proof that she was a doctor by presenting a business card. She even called employees from her medical group to confirm who she was.
Now, I reached out to Chase Bank officials, and this afternoon, a spokesperson for the bank sent me this statement here telling me, quote, we take this matter very seriously and are investigating the situation. We have reached out to Dr. Mitchell Stewart to better understand what happened and apologize for her experience, end quote.
All right. That's an interesting story. Let's start with sorry, let Let's start with D-Web here. D-Web, what do you think about this story? Why are these incidents still happening?
Oh, go on to another one. I'm writing a song for this damn girl, man.
Okay.
Go on. I gotta have to rewind the tape. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Okay. All right. So let's go to Achieve Mindset.
It's very sad that this woman who is supposed to be highly intelligent is doing things that are kind of very depressing. First of all, she's not going to get any money from this, because they can say that, well, we were doing checks and we had to do checks because of blah, blah, blah reason. There are other black banks in the US, you can put your money in. They all do fractional banking. So when they put your bonus in, they'll take it and loan that money to black businesses. She's a fool for not doing that because she's an adult. I can blame her. It's also on her parents to educate her so that she knows the right way to do things. And the problem is that she seems to feel like, I think she's in the video, she feels like she's going to get something out of it, but she's going to be surprised when they say to her, oh, we're not going to do anything for you. She should have just taken the money to a black bank, put it in a black bank, made a video on the internet, in Instagram, on why, black people should not go to Chase. That would have had more profound effect on our people than to go to a news and try to make it like some lawsuit. It makes it very stupid and cheesy, especially in this era of cancel culture. What you could have done is made it more personal, went to Instagram or whatever social media, post it. Many black people will probably move over to a black bank. And those black banks in the US want black people to bank with them so they can invest in, in black businesses and black communities and black, charities. Especially like, for example, we talk about the art galleries, a couple of episodes back. Even fund some of our black universities. So it's kind of like, this full circle, but she's not doing her part. And, for me, I don't have any remorse for her because, she should know what she's supposed to be doing. And, good luck to her with that lawsuit, but I guarantee she's not going to get anything from it.
Kevin Conrad, what say you?
What I saw too, I'm gonna add to what Achieve Mindset said. What I saw is like, I went to a nice school. I put myself through it. I got my PhD. I'm a doctor. But you know what they're saying? Yeah, you're just a excuse my language, but you're just a doctor. You're just a nigga doctor. You're just another nigga to us. You make a little this bonus thing, whatever you have. Well, that's nothing. That's nothing. She went to a bank. Like up here, we have one bank still, a black-owned bank, Carver. But I got nothing more to say. I really agree with Achieve Mindset.
We're still waiting for Azuliism to click the link and join the panel again. D-Web is back. He says he's caught up. D-Web, what say you to this?
Yeah, I got a few questions, and honestly, I think sometimes we get the problem when we go to a lot of these institutions and we get these advanced degrees and we think we are accepted into this certain society group, this white society group. Sometimes you need a reminder that you still,
a little wake up, huh?
Yeah, a little wake up, right? And I have a few questions like, why are you still even banking with Chase Bank, who does business with private prisons and things of that nature? Like, why are you even dealing with them? You know what I'm saying? It's black banks all the way. I think I published it not too long ago, man. Where it's like black banking institutions that you can deal with, right? Also, credit unions, if you just want to be on a smaller level, why are you dealing with this cabal banking system? First and foremost, you know what I'm saying?
Credit unions.
Yeah, you need to withdraw yourself from that. So you went to the Chase Bank and you got treated like a Negro, like the Negro Chase Bank people were going to do to you. You know what I'm saying? And I think once we get these degrees and once we get these credentials and once we get this white man paper saying we certified, we have this tendency to be like, yo, I'm in now. I'm above all these other Negroes. Why are you treating me like a regular Negro? To me, that's what it sounded like in the interview. She was like, why are you treating me like these other niggas? You know what I'm saying? To me, that's kind of what it sounded like to me. And it's like, no, you're not different. You know what I'm saying? I used to do this as a social experiment, man. I did it one time actually, where when I was still in the military, right? I went to a car lot in my uniform, right? I went to the same car lot in like a hoodie and my baseball cap and whatever the next day. But the treatment I got was so different. You know what I'm saying? The treatment I got was so different. And that's the thing. I guarantee you, if she came in there with a white guy, with a white husband, with her little lab coat on or whatever, she would have got a different treatment than if she came in there, you know, with the weave popping. You know what I'm saying? Because she definitely had a wig or something cracking. But she thought she was supposed to get treated different. She thought she was special. And so it's hard for me to feel real sympathetic towards her because she thinks she's special, yo. She thinks she's made it, yo.
Yeah, D-Rab, you know what? I'm kind of laughing too. I'm thinking about, as you're talking, I'm thinking about Jim Jones with Gucci.
Yeah, it's the same situation. You think you're the special Negro. You know what I'm saying? You think that you made it. You know what I'm saying?
Oprah went to Switzerland.
What would you say?
Remember when Oprah went to Switzerland? She went to the bag, to the store, to look at the bag, and like,
your sound is distorted. Oh. Yeah, your sound is distorted. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm saying, remember when Oprah went to Switzerland and she went to the bag store to get a bag, and she was like, "Can I see the bag there?" And they were like, "No, you can't afford it."
All right. Yes. That did happen to Oprah just a few years ago. In the chat, Lero says, "Great perspective with the promotion and switch to a black bank. Would have definitely been more impactful. I honestly don't understand why these things are still so surprising to us." Ketter says, "Some black professionals believe that class mobility changes race relations. They always learn the hard way." That's absolutely the truth. The learning curve says, "Green will never transcend black. And if you have too much green, you'll wind up in an orange jumpsuit." I like the color metaphors there. Lero says, "Big facts." To Ketter, Azuli is back with us. Azuli, what say you to this prompt?
I don't really have anything to say. I was about to say the same thing with the Jim Jones situation. I mean, she said she deposited $16,000. Was that it? She wanted to deposit, and they told her check was fake. Was that the? I mean, hey, what do you expect? This society. I mean, you're putting your money in their bank. Hey, I don't know. It's just the same thing as the Jim Jones situation. Like, what you thought? You thought because she was a doctor, he was better than us? Like, I don't get it. So,
Chase Bank has a history in slavery, by the way, like a major history in it. So I don't even know why folks bother with it too much. But Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Yeah, I take a different view from the brothers on the panel. You know, on the face of it, just on the face of it, she's an American. She has an American passport. She's an American citizen. She's protected by the laws of the country. The laws of the country, which was fought for through blood, sweat, and tears by her ancestors to ensure that these discriminatory practices don't continue in a country which she is a citizen of. So she's being discriminated against, which is something that is illegal. Any institution that holds himself up as a public institution for anyone to come in and go out of, they have to subject themselves to the laws of the society that they live in. So she is not supposed to be discriminated against based off of her skin complexion. That's just not right. So I agree with her going after them legally. I believe that
on the face of it, yeah, I agree.
On the face of it, I also believe that she may get a settlement because this is a kind of punitive thing, especially when it comes to discriminatory matters. What happens is lawyers usually go after the companies or corporations to punish them, you know, financially to ensure that these things can happen again. I understand it's a financial institution, but financial institutions, they have shareholders, and shareholders don't want to lose money. So just off of the face of that, I think that she would probably be able to get monies from it. On a Pan-African side of it, I say this: some Negroes in America, in particular our professional classes of people, need a Negro wake-up call. Sometimes we don't get these Negro wake-up calls from time to time. Sometimes many Black people are blinded to the fact that they are of a certain place in America, And sometimes some are so-called educated or skilled class need to be reminded of that. And if this is the situation that reminds her that, hey, you know what I mean, you are a part of a particular group, therefore, you know what I mean, you should take an interest in that. So if we, in her experience, her bad experience, if we win a doctor over to our side in doing things to our community, if she pay more focus on our community based off of this experience, I would embrace that, because we need more doctors on our side of the board. So that's how I would look at that scenario.
Man, you see that wig? She ain't coming outside, bro.
I don't know, man. Hey, D.
She been trained by the best of the whites.
Hey, D.
Hey, D. Marry a white guy.
Hey, D.
Absolutely.
Malcolm X was, what is the name is? Detroit Red. Remember that?
He was a pimp. He was in the street with the brothers. He wasn't at the institution getting trained by the
Hey. It's possible though. It's possible.
It's possible. I'd die if I had $1,000 to bet and I had to go one way or the other. I know where I would go with it. You feel me?
In the chat, Keto says Chase Bank also has a history of financial imperialism in the Caribbean. The learning curve says Chase also has a history in eugenics. America was founded and is organized as a racial society. Achieve Mindset, we heard from you first. Let's hear from you last. Any last words on this topic?
No last words, man. No last words.
All right. So this takes us to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9. So we're going to have a good end tonight. A good time. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 is, why don't Black immigrants go back home and fix their country? This comes with a link. Sorry, let me share the link, I guess. Hold on. Share the screen. Okay, here we go.
You're with the BBC. And now witness. 30 years ago, the young left-wing Prime Minister of Grenada, Maurice Bishop, was executed following a coup. It became the trigger for an invasion of the tiny Caribbean island by the US military. Alex Last has been speaking to Ann Peters, who was with Bishop in his final hours.
It's 1983, and the tiny Caribbean island of Grenada has a left-wing revolutionary government, led by a popular, charismatic former lawyer, Maurice Bishop. But it's the height of the Cold War, and the United States now sees Grenada as a threat.
We've been slow to understand that the defense of the Caribbean and Central America against Marxist-Leninist takeover is vital to our national security in ways we're not accustomed to thinking about.
For us, the regular people, I don't think we saw ourselves as communists or anything else.
Ann Peters was then a teacher of nursing. Though not a member of the revolutionary movement, she was the president of the Nurses Association.
We saw ourselves as a nation, like the Jamaicans would say, we little but we talawa, which meant that we were a small nation, but we bold enough to stand up and take on anybody.
Maurice Bishop had been in power in Grenada since 1979, when he led a coup against the dictatorial Prime Minister, Sir Eric Gairy. Isolated by the West, Bishop developed close ties with Cuba. His new revolutionary government focused on health and education, social welfare and women's rights. Parliamentary elections were put on hold. Still, Maurice Bishop became a hugely popular figure.
Comrade Bishop said for 1980, education and production.
I don't think there had been any other country in the world like that. We had a prime minister who was in his 30s. We had ministers in their 20s. I was 24. So we were looking at a bunch of young people who became very energized. You know, we were highly motivated.
Long live free Grenada, forward ever, backward never.
But in October 1983, the revolution's leaders turned on each other. A row within the ruling party over the future of the leadership got out of control. One faction, backed by the army chief, placed Morris Bishop under house arrest. Grenadians were stunned. Protests began immediately. On the morning of October the 19th, a huge crowd of demonstrators freed Morris Bishop, and then, together, they took control of the army headquarters at Fort Rupert, an old colonial fort which overlooked the capital, St. George's. Anne, who'd been on the earlier demonstration, was asked to come up to see Morris in the operations room. But unknown to either of them, troops in armored vehicles had already been dispatched to retake the fort.
When I got there, Morris had a notebook and he was giving people some things to do, assignments and whatever he wanted done in terms of communication, what were the messages he wanted sent out, who we needed to make calls to. People kept coming in and out of the room, school children, regular citizens, the wife of some of the other ministers. Now, Jackie was in that room with me at that time. We were sitting on a chair close by.
Jackie's Jacqueline Kreft, the Minister of Education, who was very close to Morris Bishop.
And she continued saying to me, Anne, I am so scared. This thing doesn't look right. So I said, what is there to worry about? We're back to normal. Let's just forget it. Let's do. And she said to me, no, I'm scared. Some young people came into the room. And I remember this young lady really holding on to Morris, and she was crying and very tearful. They were saying, we were so happy that now our leader has been released. And while doing all of that, I heard the loudest explosion I will ever remember.
Soldiers had begun their attack on the fort.
The Revolutionary Armed Forces sent a company of soldiers to re-establish control of Fort Rupert.
People were screaming, people were running, the room was filled with smoke. And I remember when I sort of came around to really recognizing what was happening, I was lying on the ground, and then I looked on the ground, and there was one of my very close friends who was literally shredded. Then the gunfire continued, and I could only hear his voice. And I remember Morris's words, oh my God, they've turned the guns on the people.
Outside, many of Bishop's supporters had been shot. Others fell to their deaths, jumping over the battlements to escape the gunfire. Back inside the room, Anne lay on the floor, badly injured.
I had some shrapnel in my arm. I got 6 broken ribs. I was burnt on my right leg and had 1 bullet in my thigh. One of the things that would always be in my memory is that there was a young man who was a soldier with us in the room on that day. After a while, when a little bit of quiet came, and he was communicating with Morris, he said, look, I am going to go out and try to talk to them. And if something happens and I am no longer around, I would have done my best. And I remember him crawling, going to the door. He cracked the door open. And I remember his words, Langain, hold your fire. We have a lot of injured people in here. And the voice coming back says, drop your guns and come out with your effing hands in the air. So he got up from the floor, put his hands up in the air, and walked out of the room. He looked back and he says, come out. And Morris said, let the women and children go first. I had to find the adrenaline rush and whatever energy that was left in me to get up from the floor, try to get my hands up in the air, and try to get out of that room. I had to go through a corridor, and there were some steps that you had to go down. When I was going through the corridor, I saw some of my own friends lying on the ground, some of them dead, and some of them were injured. One particular friend looked up at me and called my name, and he said, Anne, help me. And I remember just closing my eyes for a moment because there was nothing I could have done. And that was very painful. When I got to the end of the step, there was a burning vehicle at the bottom. So to get down the steps, you had to either run through the fire or jump. And I decided I was going to jump. I found the energy, I jumped. When I got to the bottom, I remember that Jackie was in the room with me. And I remember saying to her, jump, Jackie, jump. And one of the things that stayed with me and continues to remain with me today, Alex, is I always say to myself, maybe if I did not call her name, nobody may have recognized her. She jumped, and both of us were continuing down to get out of the fort. And then I heard a voice said, look, Jacqueline Kreft, don't let her pass out. And they took her. She was holding on. We were holding on to each other. They took her. And I continued to walk down the exit of the fort. There was this volley of gunshots. And I remember saying to myself, I am sure they've just executed everybody else.
Morris Bishop and 7 key supporters, including Jacqueline Kreft, had been put up against a wall and shot. Their remains have never been found. The Army Chief General Hudson Austin set up a military regime and imposed a curfew. Anne, badly injured, went into hiding. Just 6 days after Bishop's murder, a US-led invasion force arrived.
We have taken this decisive action for 3 reasons. First, and overriding importance, to protect innocent lives, including up to 1,000 Americans whose personal safety is, of course, my paramount concern. Second, to forestall further chaos. And third, to assist in the restoration of conditions of law and order to the island of Grenada.
On that particular morning, Alex, when the Americans arrived, I did not care whether they came from Mars, from some other planet. What I wanted was relief. That happened. But after a while, you started to get intolerant. You said, look, you came and you did what you had to do. Now leave us alone. That was the general view.
The last US combat troops left the island in December. The following year, Grenada returned to Western-style democracy. 17 members of the revolutionary government were later jailed for their role in the overthrow and killing of Maurice Bishop and the others at the fort. Ann Peters took months to recover from her injuries. She went on to become a government health minister. She still lives in Grenada.
Alex Last. For more of our history programs, go to bbcworldservice.com.
Interesting story, man. I've heard versions of that story. I've heard versions of that story from folks who are on the outside, who were in the military at the time. There's a chilling part of that story where she says, you know, basically what Bishop's last words were. They've turned, oh my God, they've turned the guns onto the people. I just want to point out that in the chat, Keita had posted earlier that Peter James Hudson's book, Wall Street Colonized the Caribbean, is a good read. So you guys who love to read, make sure to check that out. I'll try to check it out as well. Pro-Black perspective to this prompt says, this is why you don't use names, referring to that part in the story where the narrator called up to her friend to jump down, and it was maybe because she called out the lady's name, that lady was recognized by the gunman later on. Urzuli, you're Haitian, you know about the history and spirit of revolution, right? But let's ask you the question here. In this story, after watching this story, why don't Black immigrants go back and fix their countries?
I think the reason I think there's a complexity in the issues. Like, once you go back to try and, let's say I'm a filmmaker and I go back to trying to start something, you have to fight the people there. The people there and themselves are gonna think you're better than them and coming to take jobs away from them, number one. Number two, you have to fight the corrupt government. The corrupt government is about, you have to pay the government and other to set up shop here and there. Another thing is the fear of getting killed or something happening to you if you go down there to set up something. Especially in Haiti, you can see there's a lot of kidnapping and all of that. It's the fear. Mm-hmm. It's the fear of going there, and it's the like, we've been programmed to believe in this system so much, we can't let it go and let's go start something down there. And it's not like you can't start something, but there's so much corruption, and I'm not saying that some people haven't done it. There's some people that have done it, that started business, and I don't understand what that question is. Why don't we? So what I'm saying, why don't we live here and go there and start that? Is that what the question is?
The prompt is
that sounds like a Tariq Nasheed question. That why he keeps saying to people, why don't you do something in your country? There's a lot of stuff at hand. This is a complex issue. There's social issue, there's political issue, and there's personal issue. So I think a lot of times when you go there, it's like the same thing saying, why don't go to Africa and do this? You have to fight the people. I have a friend that had a master's degree in psychology and all that, went to Haiti to start a business. He said they chased her out. The funny thing, when the barrel maker goes there, they're more accepted than us.
Yep.
They allow, sometimes the government even give them incentive, this and that. So again, it's the divide and conquer, tribal. Like, it's like, what are you doing here? You come from America and you're trying to tell us how to run, even if you know better than them. Mm-hmm. But I think other way they do it is that people send money for other organization that's down there that's doing stuff and stuff like that. So I don't know.
Kevin Carre, what say you?
Yeah, as the reason just said, it's difficult. Like just like in his country, the same in Jamaica. That's why a lot of Jamaicans don't go back. You know, you go back, you try to set up, people are gonna get jealous of you. They're gonna want what you have. You're gonna end up getting either kidnapped or killed, or they're gonna threaten your family. You know, it's hard, but as I say, at the same time too, it's very complex. It's just a lot of nuances and in betweens. You know.
I hear you. In the chat, Keto says our economy is in the Caribbean. Don't really belong to us. Our upper class or rich don't invest in our own economies. The U.S. also see us as markets for their own products. We're not allowed to manufacture. Yeah, because a part of this story really is also talking about the Monroe Doctrine, too, that I think Achieve Mindset mentioned earlier. Achieve Mindset, what say you to this prompt after watching this video?
It's really sad what happened to the gentleman and the people who were killed. And yeah, I think you have to look at the mindset of the army to actually go and turn the guns on their own people and to shoot them for what? For a piece of, pocket change that was given to them to do that. And you have to look at, the Monroe Doctrine, which lays out that they did not want, communism in their backyard. But these people were not communists. They were really just black people fighting for your rights and fighting for their own way, a unique way of building and restructuring their society. And I feel like these stories has happened in the continent and other parts of the Caribbean, but you cannot say to people that why don't you go back to your country and fix things, because no human being, not no human being, but some people do not want to do something that's going to cost them their life and leave their children behind, or leave a family behind. Nobody wants to start a business, for example, in any parts of, let's say, in Africa, and they put all the money into it, they lose it, and then what do they do then? Do they run back to the white man's world to for what? For pensions? To die in the cold? You have to understand that a lot of people have different mentalities, and if the situation is not right, people are not going to be able to move forward. One of the key things is that, for example, in Africa, in Ghana, for example, if you want to set up a business, you have to pay someone. You have to pay one of 5 people just to start a business, and you get taxed whenever the president feels like it. If you have more money, they tax you more. It's not really the right rate, but everybody has to survive the same way. And these in Grenada, in Africa, and in Maurice Bishop, I don't think he was killed because he was a communist. It was nothing to do with communism. He was killed because he had a sense of leadership that could galvanize his people, can lead his people to a better place, and they decided to put an end to it. And they've done that to so many other people. So I don't think like there's anything doubting in terms of communism, because he was not a communist. You understand? And I think that's to make the link that we killed him because he was getting close to Cuba. Well, no, that's really stupid. They killed him because they knew that if he could unite his people, he's going to unite the whole of the black Caribbeans. And that's a big problem for America. That's as simple as.
Thanks for that. I feel you on that. Let's go to Mr. Untouchable. What say you to this, Mr. Untouchable?
Yeah. The reason why I set up this question is because I hear it so much. And this is an example that is, for me, is a twofold explanation for why people are very sheepish in engaging in just doing just that. Because here's a man, he went to England, he educated himself, went back to his own home country, and was creating a system that was not necessarily Western style democracy. So he created that situation there, you know, through the New Jewel movement and what he was doing in Grenada. And Ronald Reagan said, hey, you could do that, but not in my backyard, because not just the continental United States belong to me, but all of the Americas belong to me. Therefore,
Monroe Doctrine.
Yeah, therefore, I'm going to send someone in there to ensure that that's disrupted. That's one part of it, okay? The other side of it is from the earlier argument we had before, because Bishop and Bernard Cord did have socialistic, communistic leanings. They did have them leanings. I mean, the minister could say what she wanted to say on this thing, but they did have those leanings, whereas the state would run a lot of these things in the functioning of government and so forth and so forth and so forth. And that's problematic, because when you go to its natural conclusion of that situation, you have people line up against the wall and execute it. These are socialist, communist style type of murders, because in their minds they had Marxist types of leanings and things of that nature. Well, this guy ain't running it like a purist or a pure Marxist or a pure Leninist. Therefore, these things are going to happen to him. So you have a twofold argument. You have the enemy from without, and you have the enemies that exist within. And I consider the enemies that was in his country, who was trying to oppose him, as niggers. This is what you have to contend with when you reach back to these countries, well, our countries, and try to do something that is effective. You have internal jealousies. You have, oh, this Negro think he's better than us. Even if I'm trying to make the country better, you know, it's just different arguments. And at the end of the day, what is most important about this particular video, at the end of it, it says, Ronald Reagan says, and Western style democracy, law and order was reinforced. So he still win the chess game at the end of the day. Whether the Negroes in the island wanted it that way, who knows? But his rule and his style of government was reinstalled after all that disruption.
So with that said, is it the case then that black immigrants are running from their countries?
Some immigrants have no choice. Some immigrants run because the government is not effectively run, you know, because of economics, because of political strife, because some people are installed in there who are what do you call it, kleptocrats, like Mobutu, like Duvalier, like people who will steal all the financial resources of the government and leave the people with virtually nothing. They have no choice in the matter. Desperate men will do desperate things. But let me say this, because this is important. There are times, many times, when the people do choose a leader to represent the people, but these people sometimes they're killed with American bullets, British bullets, Russian bullets. They are blown in the head, and they were replaced with external puppets. Let me put it like that: external puppets. And these external puppets, like Mobutu, etc., they work on behalf of foreign interests. So you have a no-win situation. You got to do what you got to do for yourself and your family, even if it means jumping on a raft in the middle of the night trying to seek better opportunities elsewhere. It's just a desperate situation.
So we're gonna go to D-Web, but let's first check in with the chat. The learning curve says we need to understand the colonial project. Before that, Ketter says our economies in the Caribbean don't really belong to us. Oh yeah, I read that before. So yeah, learning curve says we need to understand the colonial project. She says assimilate and go extinct or die fighting. Keto says Western style democracy is actually code name for capitalism. Bishop would have disrupted U.S. profits by investing Grenada's resources in the people. And it was a black revolution like Haiti. They hate this. He says the poor are the ones having to run. They're coming to claim what was stolen to us via Western economical institutions implemented through our leadership. Sad, family. Yeah, that's a great point he makes there as well. I just have on the screen, I did a episode a while back about the revolution in Grenada, an interview with Maurice Bishop. You guys should go back in the archives and check it out. Give me a thumbs up on it. When you do, drop a comment and I'll respond to you. D-Web, we're finally to you now. What say you to this prompt?
Yeah, I'll be brief. Like I said, it almost sound like actually the question almost sound like a Tariq Nasheed type of black immigrants go home and fix their economy. I think the issue I kind of struggle with, first and foremost, you know, particularly dealing with island economies, they're basically dealing with importation. They're going to have to import and export lots of things, right, in order to survive, or otherwise be like a destination where they're dealing with tourism a lot. That's pretty much the island nation conundrum, right? You're stuck either being a vacation destination, or you're going to have to deal with everybody else because you have to import and export a lot of things. And further going on with that is like, why do we have to be so weak that we can't be a global people, right? I struggle with that, you know. We were traveling way before Eric the Red, bro. And so I come from a place where it's like the world is my hood, bro. There's no place you can't tell. My ancestors that touch every part of this fucking globe. You feel me? So when I hear people say that, like, we need to go back home, the world is my home, brother. You feel me? We was doing this way before anybody else. And I don't want to get into no ADOS FBA type rhetoric, but it's the truth is that we were traveling way before anybody else. That's why there are black people in every corner of the globe. You know what I'm saying? That's why they had to exterminate all the aboriginals on Tasmania. You know what I'm saying? The Filipinos were originally black. This is not me saying no pseudoscience issues. These is facts. You know what I'm saying? So we were moving around way before anybody else. So I don't like to hear this rhetoric where as though the white man is the only one who can move around and do anything. You feel me? Even when I hear people talk about America being a white man's land, the white man took this land. You feel me? So it's like, I don't like to hear things like black immigrants go home and all this other stuff. You need to go where you can build. You know what I'm saying? You need to go where you can be with your people and you can build. So I don't like this whole fix, you know, kind of going off the Grenada kind of rhetoric on turn and just going to the prompt issue. You know, so I don't like that rhetoric at all. I believe that, you know, as a people, we have always kind of migrated. Even within the continent, we have migrated to where, you know, you can grow crops or where you can build something up. Maybe this land gets flooded. Maybe this land gets took over. You know, maybe you just have to move around. Like we've never, no human population has ever been just stationary for 500,000 years. It has never happened. You know what I'm saying? And that's a fact. And so I don't like to hear rhetoric where I hear people talking about white on black immigrants. Black immigrants should go to where they can build with their people. You know what I'm saying? And we need to start acknowledging that and start moving like the European Union moves. Whereas though they can build, you know, outliers and build satellite communities and things like that. True, we need to build up the continent to be the power hold, you know what I'm saying? But it shouldn't be this rhetoric of black immigrants go home and all this fix the country type. But that's some Trump shit to me. You know what I mean? I don't like hearing that shit.
Mm-hmm. I feel you on that. All right. I think we're going to go on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 tonight. I think I got everyone's opinion on here. Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 is final topic for the night. Is it better to receive than give? Let me post this link up. Hold on a second. Let me post the link.
Called the Gospel of Prosperity. Religious experts say it's one of the fastest growing ministries in the country.
But prosperity gospel and many of those who preach it are also drawing controversy. Fox 5's Art Franklin joined us now with a special report that examines one of the key figures of prosperity preaching, Metro Atlanta's Reverend Creflo Dollar.
All right.
Well, Russ, Amanda, when people talk about Reverend Creflo Dollar, they mention the Atlanta area mansion, a $2 million apartment in New York, the Learjet, and the Rolls Royce he owns. But Reverend Dollar says all he does is simply share God's principles to help people better their lives. After years of avoiding the media, he talked to me in defense of his prosperity ministry and his character.
I can't take no credit for what you see. This is God who had the plan for my life.
The life of a millionaire pastor.
You got to humble yourself for God's plan in order for him to prosper your life.
It is the basis of Reverend Creflo Dollar's $80 million a year ministry, one that sells books, DVDs, and CDs by the millions, all the while teaching the gospel of prosperity.
I define prosperity as every arena of life. Prospering in your spirit, prospering in your soul, prospering in your physical body, that's healthy, prospering in your relationships, prospering on your job, and prospering in your finances. As Christians, the way you...
Reverend Dollar says he learned prosperity gospel from his mentors, Kenneth Copeland and Oral Roberts.
Hallelujah, glory to God. I'm trying to get myself together here because God's been good to me, you understand?
Good enough that he owns a Metro Atlanta mansion so popular that pictures of it are passed around on the internet.
If you want to buy it, let me know.
How much is it?
Well, I think it's listed, I got it listed for $3 million.
Creflo Dollar also owns several expensive cars, including a Rolls Royce.
It was a gift that my local church gave to me. You don't turn down a gift that somebody gives you.
This Learjet is something else the church gave to Creflo Dollar Ministries. We were the first members of the media allowed on board for one of the Reverend's weekly trips to New York City. In which way is this jet important for your ministry?
Well, in order for me to do what I've been called to do, the airlines, they don't fly my schedule.
The private jet has fueled much of the controversy about Creflo Dollar.
To try and distort Jesus, to try and justify your new jet plane or your new Rolls Royce is to me an abomination.
Joining Al Sharpton in condemning the gospel of prosperity is religious author Jim Wallace.
The prosperity gospel is a biblical heresy. It reverses the biblical view and priorities.
The pastor of Atlanta's Ebenezer Baptist Church, Reverend Raphael Warnock, agrees.
The gospel of the bling bling, in which the preachers and the rappers are saying virtually the same thing. Get rich or die trying.
Reverend Warnock says prosperity preaching is dangerously out of line with the teachings of Jesus Christ.
When preachers fail to speak to that larger social reality, not only are they being irresponsible, in a real sense, we become bedfellows with the powers and the principalities that oppress the poor.
But followers of Creflo Dollar we spoke to say once they embraced his teachings, they experienced God's prosperity.
We had a house built, we've been blessed with vehicles, and just God has just been increasing us so much.
That's one of the main reasons many people say they flock to Creflo Dollar's two churches.
I don't have a problem with it. I think the kingdom of heaven should be rich.
Reverend Creflo Dollar started his New York ministry 2 years ago. Every Saturday, he flies his jet to New York to preach here at Madison Square Garden. On this night, he's expecting some 8,000 people here. Between the two churches, Atlanta and New York, World Changers now has more than 29,000 members.
World Changers started as a Bible study in my mother's living room with about 4 people.
It eventually moved to the $7 million World Dome in College Park, where Reverend Dollar says he does much more than just teach prosperity. He says World Changers Church is teaching high-performing kids at his Christian academy.
We had some 3rd graders scoring on the level of 10th grade. And we had some 7th graders that were scoring off the charts.
Have a blessed day.
He's getting the lives of troubled African-American men back on track in a program he teaches called the Joseph Project.
They're in and out of jail. They're in and out of drugs. They're in and out of marriages. And so we've given an opportunity for these men to come together in a 2-year project.
I renounce any satanic activity.
The outreach ministry of World Changers Church is not what draws the criticism. It is Creflo Dollar's beliefs about prosperity.
There is an Atlanta-based preacher who said, yes, God
wants you to be rich.
Does God want you to be rich? Does he? I believe he does, according to scripture.
I believe that's a distortion of the gospel.
Reverend Dollar also says that Jesus Christ himself was rich.
Some people want to ask, well, did he have money? Well, I like to respond to that by saying he had a treasurer. So what's the purpose for a treasurer if you don't have money?
I can think of no reputable biblical scholar who would support that point of view.
Art, you know, like I know, people are going to always have a difference of opinion. But as long as we can see lives change and hope restored, it's worth it all.
Creflo Dollar started his ministry a little more than 20 years ago. He now has offices in the UK, South Africa, Nigeria, and Australia. And he says he is about to get more active on the political front, supporting candidates who believe in the principles of his church, a church he expects to keep growing because of the prosperity preaching.
Well, he's clearly got a lot of money, but you were telling me he says he doesn't get the money from the church.
About 2 years ago, he said he stopped receiving a salary from the church. In fact, he says he's given some $28 million back to the church at this point.
Interesting. In the chat, the pro-black perspective asks a question: Black folks still messing with Creflo Dollar? Then he asks, is this an old video? Well, judging by Al Sharpton's weight in the video, yeah, it's a couple years old now. The learning curve says subscription service docility, 10% every week to watch me live a life you could never afford. Ketter says Creflo Dollar still scamming the race. We need the gulag like yesterday, shaking my MFN head. The learning curve said hope is a toxin. Yeah, at the end there, especially when he said about keeping hope alive, essentially, I was like, damn, that hope thing is like a drug. The learning curve says, I am God on earth. Yes, I want me to be rich. And then she laughs. Urzuli, what say you to this prompt?
Well, that's what I want to say is how the hell Al Sharpton had the nerve to criticize Creflo Dollar? That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I was saying the same thing too.
Like, who is this? You see, he's scamming, and then he's pointing his hand at another scammer.
But what's all saying about
Creflo
thieves
Dollar,
and long bikes?
I was about to say that they're amongst thieves.
Yo,
Yeah.
like he pointing hands at him, and I'm looking at his fat ass talking about, yo, you probably worse than Creflo. At least Creflo not pretending he's fighting for black people. So I don't know what to say. Like Creflo Dollar, he needs his like they're giving him money. I mean, I can't say anything. The people. This is the thing. Creflo Dollar can't be at this position unless the people are corrupt like him. What I'm saying by corrupt is like, yo, the Bible doesn't say that you have to be rich.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I think I read somewhere, or maybe that they said it'll be easier for a camel to pass through, to the eye of a needle or whatever versus a rich man. So Creflo, you see the black lady said, what the black girl said? Oh, yeah, he's supposed to be rich. The kingdom of that is rich, but the kingdom of God is talking about being rich spiritually.
Right.
Not in the flesh. But if this is your followers, how could I be mad at Creflo? I'm not mad at Creflo. Do your thing, bro. But the problem is Creflo would never invest that money into back. I don't think he invests the money back in the black community. And like all that money you're making, how come there's so many homeless black people at the time? Why are you not creating? See, he's not investing the money back into the community. If he was, I might have been okay. All right, he's getting the money. He's driving a Rolls Royce, but he's helping people. But again, it's an individual, capitalistic, materialistic driven world. Even the pastors are materialistic. If the society is sick, the pastors are sick. Like, I don't get it. I'm not giving Creflo Dollar any more thoughts, man. Hey, it is what it is, man.
Achieve mindset. What say you?
This guy has, he's been taking money from, I wouldn't say vulnerable people, but people who are just stupid to think for themselves. But, what's funny is that they're all criticizing him for doing something that they all know. I feel like all the people that were criticizing him, they want to be in the same position as him. You know, Al Sharpton wants to be in the same position as him. The other guy was strongly against him. You know, he just sounds like, you know, they're all kind of like, I mean, what's been painted of him is that he's not I just say this, he's not preaching the truth to the congregation. But the thing is that it's not about what he's preaching, it's the fact that this segment failed to talk about his duties to the black community. And that's what the problem is. If you look at the history of Christianity, how it came into the black people, it didn't come through through the grace of God. It came through slavery. You understand? So there is no way for me to really say that I'm angry with him. My problem is that he's not investing it back into the black community. And the fact that he's not investing back to the black community is the main problem here. So if he's going to take money, he's going to preach prosperity and charge people to listen to him speak, whatever. But if he invested back in the black community, that's something more, I would more say, okay, cool. That's what he's doing. And that he can't even do. And for me, I just wondered, all the money he's earning, what is he doing with it? You know, is he holding up to go to heaven with it? And, you know, it's just pure, I don't know what to say, just pure evil. You know, you have all the money, you should really help your congregation, you know, and he just doesn't do it. He just spends all the money on himself, and he's just so stupid. You know, I just don't know. I can't get into the mindset of those kind of individuals. And you know, it's not even more I can actually say, but I think, you know, this kind of thing gets happen every single day. Like there's always a new, you know, Wazungu pastor in Africa getting money from a bunch of villagers, and I think you showed some pictures in the Discord. But you know, it happens every day. You know, this is I shouldn't say, but there's a sucker born every minute. You know, so it is what it is. You know, it is what it is.
D-Web, what say you to this? Is it better to receive than to give?
With this cat, yeah. You know, this is the average pulpit pimp. You know, I'll never forget, man. I had to be about 12 years ago. It was a Creflo Dollar, and it's another one of these fucking pulpit pimps. I can't remember his name. And they were literally just clowning. I seen a video clip, man. One of my homeboys showed me, and this is back in the early days of YouTube. These dudes was dancing on the money, yo.
Yeah,
they had their parishioners, and they was, God wants to give us money. Throw more money. And they was dancing on like hundreds of thousands of dollars, like just dancing on it, you know, just making fun of their parishioners in their face. And I was like, yo, this is crazy. You know, I recently seen a story not too long ago. This dude, I think one of the reasons he kind of got busted, I don't know I think he had a case put on him. He was trying to get it. He said he needs a jet. He says he needs a personal jet to be able to deliver the word of God. He needs a jet. He can't fly coach. You feel me?
Yep.
This is what you're dealing with. But you know what? We enable this behavior, yo. We, even to this day, I seen I think it's Michael B. Jordan, man. He was trying to do a documentary on Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa was one of the richest people in history, right? But he got there being a black slaver. You feel me? That's how he got rich. We have this infatuation with the money, this monetary system, right? We have infatuation with these people who get rich. Even to this day, we see it. The bag chasing, it's constant. We talk about a bag chaser every one of these shows, man. And it's that money, you know, money consciousness. I think the matron always talking about, right? And these people are just taking advantage of that money consciousness, man. They taking the path of least resistance to get to the point where they want to get to. And they're born with this gift of gab. A lot of these people are reformed pimps. Creflo Dollar. Come on, bro. That's the most pimp name I've heard in my life. And they just using what they got to try to take advantage of those people willing to give it up. It's the path of least resistance. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to do any work. You know what I mean? Hands as soft as Quilted Charmin. You know what I'm saying? Never did a day of work in their life. All they can do is talk. And as long as we prescribe these Abrahamic religions, as long as we enable these type of people and allow them to thrive in our society, and now they're switching over. These Creflo Dollars cats are saying, you know what, the mega church space is too crowded. Let me move over to the conscious space. You have a lot of these pulpit pimps in the conscious space. That's who a Tariq Nasheed is. You feel me? It's a lot of these cats in the conscious space, you know. So we have to be cognizant of that. And this goes back to teaching our children, teaching our seeds, teaching our lineage about the grift, you know, teaching them about these people who have, you know, no conscience in terms of when it comes to you know, doing right by their people and things like that. So we got to be cognizant and learn to spot propaganda as well. So that's pretty much all I got on that.
All right, let's hear from Mr. Untouchable. Is it better to be a receiver or a giver?
Well, according to this video, it's better to receive than give. Hey, Creflo Dollar former pimp name was Cashflow Dollar. Yeah, that's a pimp name too. But it's interesting in this video that he got the pimp game from the two bigger pimps, Kenneth Copeland and Oral Roberts, who, if they was to wake up with Creflo Dollar's money, they would probably commit suicide. You know what I mean? You don't see the stories on them. But that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. Cause that's where you learn the pimp game from. But this goes back to what we was originally talking about with us, our community. We love a good story. Creflo is a great storyteller, and because he's a good storyteller, people will give them all of their money. It is what it is. We participate. We participate in our own demise from time to time, and it is what it is. It's unfortunate. I'm not mad at Creflo Dollar. I am certainly not mad at him. He won't be the only capitalist in this world. He ain't the first or the last. He's taking advantage of gullible people. That's unfortunate. I do see some things within that story that has good things when he's talking about trying to help Black men get jobs and with the schools things that he's doing. But I think that he should put some more money out for different kinds of things, like maybe for hospitals and clinics within his community. I don't know what he's doing financially. No, I only could from that video, I only could take the small pieces of information that what I would have gotten and say, well, you know, this guy's doing this and that. I would need to investigate a bit further as far as where he funnels his money. But I'm not gonna be dismissive of him completely, because I see that for the small things that he's doing good. And I would say our leaders in Africa and the Caribbean, yes, y'all gonna take a piece of that pie. Of course, y'all gonna take a piece of that pie, but give your community some of that pie too, man. You can't have your community completely destitute while you eating up all the pie. You know what I mean? So that's my issues with these brothers. They're gonna be capitalistic anyways, regardless of what we want to do. They're gonna do what they do. But if you must be that way, and if people drawn to your message and they're gonna give you regardless, give a piece back to your community if you can. Do it just for the sake of doing it, man. Yeah, don't eat all the pie. That's where I am with that. You know.
In the chat, the learning curve says Warnock is a politician now. He perfected his storytelling across the pulpit. She goes on to say, Al has gotten on the pundit payroll. We have no friends. Ketter says, facts. And what D-Web had to say. Kare, you have the last word on this prompt.
I would give in or receive in certain circumstances. For this guy, I would never give him any money. Like Mr. Touchwood was just talking about, you're not eating all the pie. I don't know if you heard today, in Tanzania, the government is going to displace 70,000 Maasai. I think they sold or leased the land to these Arabs so they can build a gaming community where they can go and kill the animals there.
Yeah, I saw that. I guess my take on, I mean, you guys already know my take on this stuff, man. This is the Abrahamic religion stuff in full effect. We participate in this stuff in full effect. And so it is what it is, you know. Before we go, though, I can't pull it up because I don't have the picture for it. You know, on the Discord, there was a prompt. There's a picture of Fossey And under it, the headline says, scientists said we take annual COVID jabs like flu shots. Now, Fauci says it might be only every 5 years. Let me read that again. And our job here is to react to the headline, which is scientists said we take annual COVID jabs like flu shots. Now, Fauci says it might be only every 5 years. The prompt here is react to the headline only. We were right all along. Subscription service vax. Let me hear what Mr. Untouchable has to say on this one.
I'm sorry, man. I just took a little break for a minute. You can go into there. I'll catch up to it. I'll catch up.
All right. Beware. No, Erzuli, what say you to this?
Hey, big business, man. What can I say? Big business, and they're gonna do what they're gonna have to do. I mean, it's gonna the flu is gonna be like the flu shot. I mean, I don't know what to say, man. I just don't understand how people were so easy to acquiesce or to concede to this. So I don't know, man. Fauci's gonna get rich people. I should have invested into that shot if I knew the stock number. Damn. I don't know, man.
Let's go to Kevin Carre. What say you here?
It's time to get out of these as D-Ray would say, these big major cities, man, and go somewhere where you can have your guns, man. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. I'm just seeing the downturn, man, of this country. Like today, as I said, it was freezing cold. I was being Washington Heights, so I wanted to take the train. The trains are backed up. So they're telling us they were so desperate. They said, "Oh, just go over to the LIRR and use your Metro card, and they'll give you a free ride." And it was just crazy. But along the way, all you saw were homeless people, and all the homeless people I saw on the streets and the subway were black people. You know, and I'm looking at the other day. Adams was talking about, oh, they're gonna have cops now and volunteer people going down and getting rid of these homeless people out of the subways and wherever. But the problem is, man, I talked to a lot of homeless people. A lot of them don't want to live inside, and they like to be like one guy told me he's a nomad. He likes being on the street more than he likes living in the shelter because it's more safer on the street than being in that shelter. But it's the world is just crazy, man. Unless we get our shit together, we're gonna go extinct for the people.
D-Web, I know you talk a lot about the jab and the mandates and whatnot. What say you to this prompt?
You know what I'm gonna say to this prompt, but to agree with Kevin Carre, and I'll tell you this, because a lot of our people, man, they follow whatever like the white people say, right? If you look at what's going on between the Joe Rogans and the Michael Malices and all of these wealthy white people, they going to like Florida and Arizona. They getting the hell out of cities. Even if you don't believe me necessarily, I know y'all believe the white people. And the rich white people are leaving. They're going to Puerto Rico. They're going to all these other places. They are getting the hell out of New York City. They are getting the hell out of LA. They're moving, yo. All of the wealthy white people are moving. Just to back up what Kevin Carre was saying, and I just don't understand how people are so just willy-nilly and playing with their bodily functions, playing with their DNA, because this is a DNA. It's a DNA jab, bro. You're playing with your DNA. It's mRNA. And I know, Koku, you're very versed in science and biology and things like that, man. They try to twist it to say that, oh, no, it's not a gene therapy. It's literally changing how your bodily function, your immune system reacts to a certain, it's bypassing your immune system actually, to get that result, to get that, what they call it, the immune response. You feel me? So when they talk this flu shot every year, and like I said, man, I would get out of the big cities, like Kevin Carre was saying, and at least just wait and see what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just crazy to me to watch what's going on. in this world and what's happening right now, and these mandates, which are not faltering, because guess what? It's an election year, and guess what? It's not popular to tell people that they can look forward to a lifetime of masking and shots and what's. So now all of a sudden that science is changing. Leanne Wynn is on TV telling you something different than she told you 2 months ago. Oh, the science has changed. The science has changed in the middle of wintertime. We're in the middle of flu season. What is this? February? We're still in flu season. But the science has all of a sudden changed, right? So it's at this point, it's like believe what you want to believe. But I'm saying if you're a person of common sense, you can think, you have some critical thinking skills about yourself. All the facts add up. You can just look and see what's around you. There's nothing changed within the past 6 months that dictates that these mandates should falter as they are. So use your common sense, man. And I would recommend, like I said, getting out of big cities, man, for various reasons. You know what I'm saying? But that's all I got.
Mr. Untouchable, did you get a chance to catch up?
Yeah, quickly. We are in an information age, and we have something called a smartphone. Unfortunately, right now we have dumb people using it. So a smartphone is made to make the individual smarter. Use your smartphone phone to inform yourself about your biology, about all these things that you question, that you are not sure about. Just, you don't have to do it 4 hours, 5 hours a day like some so-called professionals. Do a little bit at a time, and take the time to inform yourself, to make yourself a more informed human being on this planet. That's way no one could just beguile you and fool you and bring you all kind of nonsense. The last thing I want to say, I know Black people comfortable living on candy land. Black people very comfortable living on candy land. Black people think Candyland is going to be around forever. But unfortunately, Candyland won't be around forever. You know what I mean? Calvin Candy won't be around forever. Calvin Candy, aka Uncle Sam. So we must prepare for that eventuality. That's an eventuality. It's gonna happen. You know what I mean? So as a group of people on this planet, all of us must ready ourselves for when that situation is to happen. Because we're going to be put in a position of where we're going to have to exercise true freedom. And that true freedom, I believe, is responsibility for ourselves ultimately. That's what I believe that is. But needless to say, I digress, like my brother Kevin say. I had a great time on the show, and bless you all, brothers.
Yes, sir. That's the end of the show tonight. Thank everyone on the panel. That's D-Web. D-Web, tell them about the latest episode of the Harsh Reality Podcast Presents.
Oh yeah, check it out. I got Uncle Tom to Hootie. I was like, I'm not advertising you as Uncle Tom, bro. They the normies ain't gonna get that one. But check out the last one I got with Tahuti, man. It's a very good conversation, man. I think we hit on various topics. Also, like I said, I was when I commented on one of the prompts where I wasn't really caught up because I was like helping this lady with a song. That was actually Jenny Rock, who I did on a previous Presents episode. She's actually helping it's a virtual academy called Rise Academy, which is a Black virtual academy where they're actually teaching knowledge of self and things like that. I just checked out the website. I'll probably shoot it to you if you want to put it in the show links or whatever. But it's pretty dope what they're doing. And actually, like meeting Jenny and doing an interview with her, she was actually like adopted, man. She's mixed, but she was adopted by a white family, and she didn't really even discover like her Black lineage or Black heritage until like going online and talking to other Black people and get into it and things. So I say that to say this, that a lot of things we do online we think doesn't have really an effect, but a lot of people are watching us and a lot of people are following us, and a lot of people are lost out here, man. And sometimes they turn to the internet and you can actually put somebody on to things, including their heritage and lineage, that you didn't think before. Yeah. So we need to be cognizant of the things we put out there. So I think that was a pretty dope story, man. And shout out to Jenny Rock, man, and helping that school and doing a theme song, an anthem song for them and everything else. So like I said, check out the last episode of Presents. We got a new episode dropping of the regular podcast. I'm gonna get with Lero. We might have to change the time for tomorrow, but we recording that very soon too. So we dropping. We working over here, bro.
Okay, good to hear. And there's, of course, only the pro-black perspective in the morning, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, talking about the enemies within. It's usually pretty entertaining, so check it out. Keto says, nice show, family, peace and love. He says, absolutely, online brought me to all of y'all. Black love. I appreciate that, man. Gentlemen, I'll talk to you guys during the week, and we'll be back here together for Shoot the Breeze next week. To those of you in the audience, thank you for tuning in. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe to the channel, share the content, and check me out during the week. You know the usual time, usual places. So we'll talk next time, y'all. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.